Just want to test my audio. Can everyone hear me?
Unfortunately.
I think you can be seen now, Councillor Welch III. And heard.
Did anybody else have a tough time getting in?
I believe everybody did. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, they were having technical difficulties.
Okay, that's good. I want to make sure it wasn't just me.
No.
Has anybody spoke to Council Santos?
No, but she's,
Want me to call her?
Yeah, we're gonna get going.
She seems to be on.
Yes, she may be.
I see her name.
Council Santos, are you on? Okay,
she has to hit the video.
She's not on?
No, she's pulling in now. Just give her a sec.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, and look at that location.
It's not Jamaica, that's Aruba. I know it's not Middletown, that's for sure.
Not right now. Oh, where'd she go?
Unmute, Teresa.
okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Santos. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Council President Robert J. Sylvia.
Here.
Vice President Paul M. Rodrick.
Here,
Councilor Terry Flynn.
Here.
Councilor M. Teresa Santos. Councilor Dennis B. Toronto.
Here.
Councilor Barbara A. Von Villas.
Here.
Councilor Thomas P. Welch III.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the pledge of allegiance to our flag.
pledge allegiance to the flag of
Bye.
the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
Okay, I'd like to ask my colleagues and anybody that's listening in to join us in a moment of silence for two people that we lost recently, two people that gave a lot to our community, Morris Hirsch and Kevin O'Halloran. Both of them served on committees for years, and they were stellar people who cared a lot about the town of Middletown. I know Morris Hirsch and I have had lengthy conversations, and I'll tell you, one of the things over the years, like Kevin, is that their commitment to equitable fairness for everybody. And Middletown certainly going to be lost with those two gentlemen. So just a moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you. First item, Mr. Vice President, I've submitted paperwork to the clerk. I've recused myself from item number 9. So when we get to item number 9, it's all yours. Tag, you're it. Okay?
Can't wait.
Okay. So the first item, memorandum of the town administrator, affordable housing update.
Motion to receive said memorandum and begin presentation.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Mr. Brown? You're muted, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. Thank you for scheduling this special session at 6 p.m. this evening. Frank Spinella is online with us. He is our consultant working on our senior and affordable housing programs. We are here tonight to loop back with the council about the project at the Joel Peckham School site, which would be a site for senior affordable housing. There are a few things that Frank's going to walk us through tonight. The first is a report from Keystone Consulting. That was a market study that the town council wanted, and it covered two areas. One is the viability of the senior housing project itself, and then also a second part which deals with affordable housing across the town. Frank is also going to walk us through some renderings that were completed by the architect that the council wanted. The council was concerned about the volume of the building, how it would look in relation to the existing neighborhood. And then lastly, he has prepared some pro forma financial statements to walk through what this looks like from a financial transaction standpoint. Once we get through all of that, the last thing is we'll just review where we are in the project timeline, which I'll just, to ease everybody's mind, we are on target still to submit an application to the state in December of 2021. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Frank.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council, and welcome, Mr. Welch.
Hi, Frank.
How are you all?
Good.
Well,
First, thank you for that, those kind words about Kevin. I didn't know the other gentleman, but Kevin was a really good friend. And so thank you for that. I prepared a memo. I hope you all had a chance to peruse it, summarizing where we've been thus far. And I started with a brief summary of how we got here because Mr. Welch had not been part of the discussions before. But I really wanted to talk about the market study because I think that that was the critical piece that when we met last, you had asked about. And not only for this site, but town-wide. What is our real need, I believe, was the question. So it was determined that 40 plus or minus units would be acceptable and the market would accept them at this particular site. And then over the next 10 years, the difference, adding an additional 15 to 40 owner occupied units and another 50 to 75 rental occupied units, which is that little snapshot from the Keystone market study that I did provide the entire study, but I just figured to attach to this memo, it made sense to have the conclusion snapshot so that we could discuss in general terms, and feel free to read the 500-page document on your own time. Unless you'd like to go through it, I'm here. But one of the things that we requested of Keystone was say, okay, the town is mandating 10% affordable housing. Where does that number come from? And why is it not, why is the number that they determined not 10% of your total population and your total household number of units? And it really comes down to, they look statewide. I mean, it was a random number back when they came up with the 10%, but across the board, the 10% was a goal to strive towards. And I think that if you had expanded your market in this market study to other communities on the island, and where people come from aside from Middletown, then you might see a greater need. But if you were to take the town of Middletown exclusively, which is what this market study looked at, then these are the numbers that they determined would be acceptable within the market. Does that make sense? Because any questions on that specifically? Or okay, great. So as you make your circles bigger and you expand the market, then obviously there's a greater need for more units. So when they keep the market small in the town, this is what they've come up with. And the 40 units is the appropriate size, plus or minus 1 or 2, either way. So we designed a 40 unit building on this site. So we can go into the drawings of the site if you'd like, because it really comes down to your preference, of the 2 or 3 story building.
Phone. Come
Sorry?
on. No, don't listen to me, please.
Okay.
Oh, this computer.
So the first Union Studio did an updated study, preliminary schemes dated January 29th. And if you could show the first of the drawings, that would be great. I don't know if I- I don't know if they can be shared or not. If you have them in front of you, we can just go through them. And then when they come up on the screen, then we can sort of talk about it. So I have it in front of me and I can certainly turn it around. So the first,
Karen, could you try to launch the file preliminary schemes?
I don't know who are you talking to, Sean?
Karen Clancy.
Oh, okay.
The first file, Karen, preliminary schemes.
Question, were those in the docket or are they part of this report that we can go to a page number?
They were emailed out Friday.
You might have received it today. in fact.
I got them, Terry.
Hmm.
And if I got them, you must have got them.
Let's see.
May I make a comment regarding this, this school, please?
Go
Mr.
right ahead,
President.
Counselor.
I'm very concerned. I've read this whole thing through since I'm the oldest board member right now. And I'm very concerned. There are statements in this report that said you're going to demolish the Peckham building. There's another spot in this where you're going to renovate it. Now, we have demolished a number of schools in this town, starting with Holland School, Linden School, Wyatt School. What's next? Oliphant School? How many more buildings are we going to destroy? We've just recently destroyed the oldest building in Middletown, historic building. We destroyed that. How many more buildings are we going to destroy? Are we going to destroy this Peckham building? If we are, I'm not voting for this at all.
So Ms. Santos, I can certainly address that. I think that the exercise in the study was to come up with the most efficient manner of developing affordable housing on the site. We walked through the building several times, as you know, and it's problematic for senior housing from an elevation change standpoint, because there are 2 different elevations, which are about 4 feet apart. So you'd have to have either ramps, which make it very inefficient. The window layout is very inefficient. There's mold throughout the buildings. You can certainly save part of the buildings, or, I mean, we could just renovate it and add on to it, and it would be very inefficient from a construction standpoint and costly to build affordable housing.
Mr. President,
Santos.
I am just one vote on this council. And that's my opinion.
Counselor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I found the drawings. They came in at 6:27 this morning. So on a weekday, that can be challenging to review. So I'm just wondering, in the quick look into, I think, move off of Mrs. Santos's concerns. So in one rendition, you have 2 rooftops aerially. Did I not see a rendition somewhere that had, yes, so, but the cover page has 3 in a row.
Right. So if you look at the first drawing, and these, you've seen these all before. The only change was, to Mrs. Santos's point, the last time we met, was the circulation of the driving and to keep the buildings and the drive being a circular driveway, one way in, one way out for the population that we're designing for. So that's the change that you've seen here. This was one of, I think, 6 different schemes that we saw last time. So we're really only looking at the difference between a two-story structure and a 3-story structure at this point. And the first building that you see with 3 rooftops, that's a 2-story structure. And we looked at it from a massing standpoint in the attempt to preserve the senior center and look at it with a perspective of, so if we could go to, so that's the first, this is the 2-story drawing right here. So if we could go to the next page, which is the 3-story drawing, you can see it's a much smaller building. Oh, if we can go back one. Yes, thank you. So this building preserves much more of the site and keeps it much more open space, but it's 3 stories. And we can play with the roof lines and make it look 2-story in some sections and 3 stories in the other, so it's not as a large structure from the street. If you go to the next slide, please. This one is the 2-story version on the right-hand side and the 3-story version of the same building on the left-hand side. So this is looking at it from the street, from Green End Avenue. So, and you can see that the senior center is the scale that we're going from. So we're looking at the senior center and how the two structures would look side by side. And the next one is just a different perspective. If you could go to the next slide. That's just a different perspective from the other side. Also looking up the street, and you see the 2-story on the right and the 3-story on the left. And the next slide, please. And this is from across the street, looking at both buildings again, 2-story on the right, 3-story on the left. And one more. And this is with the senior, that was with the senior center, and this is from the back, from the field. So it's really the preference of the council of which way we go, whether it's a 2-story, which makes it a little bit more costly from a construction standpoint because you're building out versus up. Up is much cheaper. With this population, I would almost always suggest having an elevator, and an elevator with 3 stops is a lot cheaper than building all that foundation and structure to go 2 stories out. But obviously that is your preference. Or we build for fewer units on the site. So it could take up to 40, but that's sorry, Mr. President.
Thank you. Sorry, I kept thinking you were going to finish, Frank, so I wasn't raising my hand to be rude. My apologies.
No worries.
So did you also add parking spaces in the front for more access to the senior center?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that was on our preferred list, so thank you for accommodating that. I think it looks great. I have a question. In one of the renditions, if I recall from before, you had maintained the facade of the Peckham School so that we would retain some of the historical visual. And as I'm looking at the 2 rooftop rendition, I'm wondering if we push that all back towards the, utilizing that back open area that you did utilize in the 3 rooftop version, if that could not be possible from a preservation standpoint, or could the building be used for, if not senior housing, maybe an extension of the senior center for, expanded meals or classes, or, a lot of senior centers in a lot of communities are not serving the elderly, they're serving the 55 and over, and they're doing yogas and they're doing trips and they're doing a lot of different things. So I just wanted to kind of purge those initial thoughts from viewing this in your direction.
So I think that's the perfect segue, because this exercise was to see what we should build and where we should build it. So we know how many units to build now. And I think that as we get into the actual engineering of the building, we have Horsley Witten Group on board to help explore, and Union Studio, the actual, we haven't done any measured drawings of these buildings. We could look at, potentially keeping the front building, which was the multi-purpose room or gym, so that from the streetscape, it looks exactly like it does now, and then build beyond that. I think that the exercise was to see what's the most efficient way to come up with this. And it started as, what can we maximize? And then we shrunk it from there, if you recall. So now that we know what we should build and where we should build it, I think we could get into the nitty gritty of that. And if it was the preference of the council to save all or part of any of those buildings, obviously we'd have to figure out, just understand that it's going to cost more. And if we're willing to live with that, then we could explore that. I work for you, so whatever direction you would like me to go in, I'm happy to do it. But it also is my job, I think, to recommend what the most efficient way to provide affordable housing, which, and I've been doing this a long time, and some schools are wonderful to build senior housing, and others just don't lend themselves greatly for it. And this one just happens to, unfortunately, to be one of the ones that's not going to be the most efficient.
I think we can appreciate that, Frank. Can we take this slide? You need the slide, President. Does anybody need to, because I can't see the Vice President. I can't see Councilor Von Villas, Councilor Welch, in case they want to ask any questions. Thank you. Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank, good to see you. It's been a while.
Nice to see you too, sir.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time tonight. A meeting that we've all been wanting to have sooner than later, and thank you for being here again tonight. It's very exciting. Thank you for the documents. It's exactly what we looked for. We were, the last meeting, we're like, well, maybe we want to do 3 stories. Let's see if we can make it where it doesn't look like 3 stories. It's not impacting the neighborhood too much. And so I think you've done a good job with that. And I do want to hear your opinion on, you are the expert at this, and we are trying to address the senior affordable housing. So I'd kind of like to hear what your recommendation would be for this place.
So I think I suggest a 3-story, as compact a building as you can do it, new construction on the site, from a pure affordable housing standpoint. I mean, obviously you have other things to consider from a townwide standpoint, but from a pure affordable housing construction standpoint, the most efficient way to do this is to do a new 3-story building that we can control. It becomes much easier to insulate, to heat, to cool, so that not only is it cheaper to construct, but it's cheaper long-term for the residents to live there. So, I mean, that's certainly my recommendation. And, we're talking about a population under the low-income housing tax credit program, which are affordable to 60% of area median income. And I put that in my memo, the numbers, so you can understand what the incomes are. The federal government doesn't recognize assets as income. So it's really, if you had owned a house, a one-time event, you had to sell your house and move into this apartment, that one-time event doesn't kick you out. So just so you understand that.
Yeah.
Vice President.
Hey, Frank.
How are you?
Good, thanks. So the current building is 3 levels, 3 different levels. I get that it would be more affordable long-term and from a construction standpoint to build a 3-story instead of a 2-story. Is there any way that 3-story can be set in the ground more?
Yeah, as long
So
as.
that, because what would the height be? Because sometimes when you look at things on paper,
Right.
you know, they look good. You're okay, that looks good. And then when you see it going up, you go, who approved that monstrosity?
It's,
You know, did I do that? You know, so it's kind of like those share the road signs. You know, on paper, they look one thing. In person, they're 12 feet high, you know? So, I mean, it just looks different. So I just want to make sure that if there's a possibility that we could have the best of all worlds where, you know, it's kind of lowered a little bit in the ground. Is that possible? I don't know.
Sure, as long as we can meet egress, because the most important thing for this population is handicapped accessibility. And as long as we can meet those egresses, and that's, you know, an engineer, thankfully, this site has a little rise in it. So as
It
we
does.
go up the hill, you might be able to cut into the hill from the beginning, so it looks smaller in the back. But it'll look from the street, no matter what we do, I think it'll look like 3 stories. You know, in the back, it'll look smaller because we'll be in the ground a little bit, but in the front, if you're cutting in, it'll be hard to hide that.
Right, but I mean, if the facade of the gym is preserved, then maybe it'll
Yeah,
maybe I don't want to say decorate it, but maybe it'll blend in a little better. I don't know.
we can challenge the architects to come up with some creative thinking.
What is do you know what the height is, or is just a conceptual?
I don't, but
Okay,
yeah, if you said 10 feet per floor or 9 feet per floor plus a roof, you know, you're at 45, 50 feet, maybe.
yeah, because I mean, we look at some of the houses that, you know, out where Dennis lives, and you know that they've built out there, some big ones, and you know, I think unless you get a variance, majority of them have to be 35 feet.
Right.
So another 10 feet on top of that, it's pretty big in that neighborhood. Unless it goes in ground.
Sure.
Councilor Welch?
Yes, thank you. Listening so far, I agree with Paul that and knowing that property, knowing that it's on a rise from the street, 3 stories is going to stick out. So I guess to understand it better, what would you estimate? And I don't expect a dollar figure, maybe guess at a percentage. If we were to go 2 stories as opposed to 3 stories, same number of units. I mean, what are we looking at as a overage? I'm sorry, I don't mean to jam you up like that. I'm just saying,
No, it's fine.
percent? Is it 20%? And I know there's costs beyond that, you know, every year, the more exterior, more windows, more roof, all that kind of stuff adds up, but.
Right. I would say 20%, if I had to guess right now.
Okay, I was just curious.
I mean, and we can jump into the numbers if you'd like to do that next and see sort of.
As a follow-up to Councilor Welch's question, what would that do to the footprint? The difference in 3 stories high and 2 stories high?
So you have those drawings in front of you. I hope
We do, but off the top of your head, we lose a lot.
It's probably 30% more.
Yeah.
30% more footprint. And think about, you have to add, you know, probably at least 1 or 2 more elevators on a 2-story structure if you're going to have an elevator. Whereas I think it's much more inefficient.
Understood. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank, I guess my question, and we talked about, you mentioned it briefly in your discourse, and we did talk about it the last time that we all met, about the camouflage by having it not 3 stories across the board, but maybe
Right.
2 stories and then, you know, graduating to 3 stories, maybe back away from the street or something, and then maybe 2 stories again at the very rear of the building too. And I guess my question, if that were to be explored, is can we get the units we need and make the application attractive to get the approval, which I don't know if people understand that,
Yeah.
you know, we have to apply and then look so attractive to Rhode Island Housing that they will award us one of the approvals of the, you know, many that come in, that they can only fund a few, correct, Frank?
I can certainly address that, yeah. And so it's become much more competitive for the low-income housing tax credits in Rhode Island. And I'm doing a development in another community in the state right now with a housing authority as the owner sponsor. And we had a building that was 63, it is 63 units. We had to shrink the building so much to make it within Rhode Island Housing's guidelines so that it would be competitively funded. Last year, the projects that did not get funded, because it's a points system now, the projects that did not get funded lost by 1 or 2 points. So, and cost of construction and use of scarce resources are 2 of the highest point getting things. So these are hard decisions that you all have to make because you're changing the landscape of Green End Avenue for sure. But I would not be doing my job if I weren't suggesting that you want to be as efficient as you can so that you will get funded, if not the first time, then the second time, because most projects don't get funded the first time, but at least it's competitive. I'd hate for you to go in with a project that you want to build that you can't build, and it just becomes pretty pictures.
But we appreciate your honesty on that. Councilor Flynn.
The second question got pushed aside the first question. If we did that graduated height, can we get the units that you are proposing?
I can certainly ask the architect that, and I will, because that was one of the things that I thought, and Mr. Brown and I have been talking about, maybe we can make it look as if it's a shorter building, but yet make it efficient. So we can, as we get into the nitty gritty, I think we can definitely explore all those options.
Councilor Santos.
I have 2 questions for Frank and 1 question from Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed that you have done away with the connection between the 2 buildings that connect the Peckham with the Berkeley. You've done away with that, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the other thing I've noticed, you have not provided any handicap parking spaces around any of this, around these buildings. That's wrong, but there's no handicap.
No, there definitely are handicap.
Are you planning on putting them?
Absolutely. First of all, this population requires them. And not only for the senior center, if you see either of these schemes, they both have, at your request, I believe, dedicated parking just to the senior center. The reason we got rid of the connector was that so we could make that loop road that you had also requested.
All right.
So,
thank you. And my question to Mr. Brown is, have we taken a survey? Have we sent out notification to our seniors as to whether or not they would be interested in living in the facility?
So the senior center director and the senior board of directors did that, I think in the last 2 years. So that provides a baseline of data. The second piece of data is what Frank is, summarizing tonight, the data from Keystone, which looks at the market and measures the demand for those units. That's something that we have to demonstrate to the state. And in fact, there does appear, not only in the survey that Arlene completed, but in the work that Steve Dilag completed, a demand for the 40 units that we're talking about this evening.
Mr. Brown, may I request a copy of that survey?
Sure, I will send
Thank
you a
I can't
copy.
find mine. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Welch. Councilor Welch.
Yeah, Frank, I just had a question. You said two things were the biggest point values. One of them was cost of construction, and what was the other one?
The other one was use of scarce resources,
And
meaning,
what would be an example of that?
so we can go, that's a really good segue, Mr. Welch. We can jump right into the numbers, which is this page. That, yeah, that was, and if maybe we can put that on the screen, or if you have it in front of you, you don't have to put it on the screen. We can just walk through it.
Is that in the report or is it in the email?
It was attached to my memo.
It's in the email.
Email,
Yes.
this morning's, right?
Yes. That's when you received it.
Um,
So it's got little pie charts on the bottom. Not the Keystone, it's probably the last PDF there.
Thank you, I have it.
Okay. So if everyone has it, then I can just sort of walk through the sources and uses. This is the Rhode Island Housing Financial Model. This is actually just one page of a 50-page Excel spreadsheet, which I can certainly share with you. It's not something you care to read. But it's the model that we have to use in the state. And on the top left is the sources, on the top right is the uses, meaning, so I like to always start with the uses, which is the top right. I assigned, because we haven't really discussed acquisition, if we're going to bring in a development partner, what we're going to do, if you're going to lease the land, if you're going to sell the land, if you're not going to charge anything and do a $0 lease. I assigned a value of 500,000 just to have a discussion about it. And we can certainly discuss that whenever you'd like to at some future date as we get closer to selecting that partner. Construction is roughly 187,500 a unit, or 7.5 million. Rhode Island Housing requires a 10% contingency. Is everyone following along okay?
Mhm.
Here I am. Okay.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, can you take that screen down? Thank you.
So then continuing down the top right, in this model, because of there's a formula for a developer fee, and Rhode Island Housing allows in this instance, unless they change it for next year, $756,000 developer fee to the developer. Then, so it's a total cost of 10.8 million, or 270,000 a unit. As you go down, we also need to capitalize reserves required by the Rhode Island Housing financial folks. And so we capitalize reserves of 157,000 for operating, 60,000 in replacement. And we also have to provide about $70,000 in tax and insurance escrows. So based on that, we've got a project of about 11.1 million. So that's the right side. That's the cost side. So now we go over to the left side, which is the sources side. Where's that money come from? These developments, because we charge so little in rent, they don't support a whole lot of debt. So that's how we start. We say, okay, what can we support in debt? And in this case, and we have to play it out for at least 15 years, because the low-income housing tax credit program is a 15-year program. So we can support $300,000 in permanent debt for that 15 years before the deal tanks. And then we have to refinance it in 15 years. But that's low-income housing tax credits 101. And we could talk about that if you'd like to get into the financing of how these things happen. I set a sponsor loan of 519,000 just as a placeholder. These numbers will all change as we get closer to the actual submittal and development. Now, here's Mr. Welch to get to your question. Sorry, it's taken me a bit, but I'm carrying $1 million in home money, which is federal money that's run through Rhode Island Housing. This is one of the scarce sources that they discuss. And this is a 0% loan for the life of the project. And also, I'm also carrying $777,000 or $778,000 in community development block grant, which is also federal money run through the state. Now, so that brings the total loans, and those are 0%, both 0% loans. That sponsor loan could be that 519,000, I'm assuming will ultimately be another soft source, whether it's, there's a new bond round going to be voted on in March. So we would apply for those funds. And I've been very successful in getting those funds for deals like this. And there's, I think, 50 million or 75 million actually for housing in that bond. So please, everyone, vote for that. The bulk of the sources for developing this sort of housing is in the sale of low-income housing tax credits. So what happens is we would bring in an investment partner, a limited partner, who buy the tax credits that are awarded through Rhode Island Housing. As Ms. Flynn discussed before, Rhode Island Housing, this is a competitive process. The low-income housing tax credit is the largest builder of affordable housing in the country. It started in the Tax Reform Act of 1986, and we are awarded credits, and Rhode Island gets about $3.5 million in credits a year. And in this case, we are asking for, I can tell you the amount of credits. We are requesting about 914,000 of the $3.5 million. So that's why they don't fund a lot of deals in Rhode Island, because they're all around $1 million in credits. So you multiply that by 10, and then there's a percentage taken off of that, and then a price that an investor pays. And so basically it's $8.5 million. And you put those two together, you put the debt of 2.597 and the equity, which is the investor equity coming in at the 8.5 million, and you come up to the same number as what it costs you to build. And then down the bottom are the pie charts of where those monies go and where they came from. So did I confuse you sufficiently?
Hey, Frank, I'm going to let Councilor Toronto go. He's been on deck for a while. Councilor Toronto, you had a question?
Oh, he just answered. I had a couple questions, but he just covered them. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Welch.
Yep, I know this probably doesn't affect us, but I'm curious. So investors buy those tax credits. What do they do with them?
So it's actually a really good question. And it used to be that when in 1986, when the program started, you would have 20 or 30 really rich people that would be your limited partners. And then they would take those and use that tax credit for their own income, as long as they had enough income for whatever piece of the deal that they were buying in. So you would have 20 or 30 investors or limited partners in your project. Today, we have one limited partner, and the one limited partner is an investment bank. And these investment banks create funds. And most of the investors are now institutional investors in banks and insurance companies. The incentive for a bank or an insurance company, which in the affordable housing business is a bank, because they're lending money to build affordable housing as well, is they get CRA credits, because every bank has to spend 1% of the income they make back in the community in which they make it. So they get credits for investing in low-income housing. They take the credits we give them, or they purchase, and they use them to offset any income that they've made, institutional income. They also, in most cases, the really savvy banks provide the construction debt. So they will hold back most of their equity. Of that 8.5 million, they might hold back, 7 million, give us $1.5 million at the beginning, hold back 7 million, give a construction loan or a bridge loan until its construction's completed, and then pay themselves back with the equity of the credits. That helps in two ways. They can pay us more because the risk of construction is gone. And they get CRA credits for investing by lending the money. So they get CRA credits for the equity, but they get double CRA credits because they just provided debt and then they provided equity to take out their own debt. So it's a pretty sophisticated business these days. Did I answer your
Thank
question?
you.
Vice President?
Yeah.
Frank, you said that, you went over the numbers and you said if these numbers will change. And I know these are just estimates, but, in your experience, how much do they change? What's the?
So I think there's 10% either way. I think that I've been doing this a long time, and this is a scenario that could work. Obviously we're going by schematic drawings, but we'd have to, be pretty efficient in our construction, and this to be under $280,000 a unit would be very competitive in Rhode Island.
Thank you. Frank, Mr. Brown, quickly.
Just to add to, I think, that discussion though, one of the discussions that Frank and I have been having is about the amount of money or cost of potential renovations at the senior center itself, and whether or not they could be included in the project or whether those would have to be funded separately. And I do not believe those are included in the estimates that Frank is presenting this evening, but maybe Frank can expound on that.
Yeah, that is not included. However, you are permitted to have up to 10% of the total square footage as community space. So we could add renovation costs to the senior center and make the whole thing as one project if that's the way you wanted to go.
I think tonight we've had a lot of great questions. We have a lot of more questions to be asked. I'm inclined to maybe set a special meeting up just for this. I think this is important. I think the only way we're going to nail it down and move forward is to have a special meeting to do that. So, Frank, I'm going to send some availability dates out to you. I'll send some out to the counselors. Let's see if we can put something together with Mr. Brown. And if my colleagues are inclined to go along with me on this, I think this is something that we certainly need a special meeting for, and that we can nail it down at that special meeting and move forward. So, Vice President?
So, Frank, when I was reading through the presentation, it said that it could take up some of the ball field, the current ball field, I guess depending upon which one we decided to go with at some point.
I'm not, are you talking about the market study or the architecturals?
The one from Keystone.
Yeah, that's the market study. They had nothing to do with drawings.
Okay.
They're just saying if you wanted to take up some of the ball field, you could have more green space or move the building a little and have more space around the senior center. That has nothing to do with the architecturals.
Councilor Flynn.
Just a final question as we coordinate the location of everything. A lot of great ideas. Would there be any value, potential benefit for not involving the Peckham School at all and just using that land, those kind of two parcels towards the back, and not deal with demo, just fresh construction?
Is that a question for me?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Frank.
I don't believe you'd build 40 units on that site
On the remaining open space back there? Okay.
without touching the school. Yeah, I think you'd have half of that and that wouldn't be fundable.
Councilor Trump.
Thank you.
Yes. One thing I just want to mention is that building we've all toured that building. And every time we come out of it, we're like, oh, this is going to be a great building for, affordable housing, senior affordable housing. But there's a lot of work to be done on that building. And any construction person you ask, when you go in to renovate an old building, when you ask if there could be a sway in the cost of a project, you're going to be looking at a 20 to 30% increase in the project cost possibility, because you're not sure what you're going to find when you start pulling wires and pulling out, just remodeling. So as Frank, I just want to reiterate what Frank was saying. If you start from scratch, doesn't mean the outside of the building doesn't have, the outside of the building we can work with and try to keep that look and feel from a historic standpoint. But inside that building, the best way to go is get rid of all the old stuff and put brand new stuff in there. Because again, you're dealing with, a lot of unknowns in that building.
Okay, once again, we're gonna have to move along here. We have one resident that sent in a request to speak in regards to this, and by that time, it's gonna be 7 o'clock. And Frank, we're gonna be reaching back out to you. I'll reach out to my colleagues. We'll see if we can come up with a date that's favorable for everybody. And I think this is something that certainly dictates that we have a special meeting for. Lawrence, Frank, Lawrence, are you there?
I'm here. Why don't we wait my comments to the special meeting?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay. Frank, again, I want to thank you for spending tonight with us. And I'm going to try to move on this as fast as possible. I think we have to be we have to nail this down. We certainly have to come to some kind of an understanding of what we want as a council, what we want as a community, so we can move forward. Because I can't see a large window for us. Can you? I mean, I'm looking at a window. We should have our ducks in order by March 1, maybe March 30th.
I would love to have it done in February if you could have a direction, and then we could go that way so that we're in planning through the summer.
Fantastic. Okay, I got a couple more minutes. Any colleagues want to make any closing arguments, any statements? You guys, Councilor Flynn. You're muted, Councilor Flynn.
My apologies. Right now, the Keystone report is on clerk base. I'm not sure if that, with maybe the numbers memo, whatever else we got this morning, could go on the website for easier access for people to go look at, if that's something that's appropriate.
It's all online.
Online, but is it buried in clerk base where people can't find it?
No, it's part of the agenda item on clerk base along with the Keystone report.
Yeah, I just don't know if people will be able to find it there. Maybe if we could get a link that's more front and center on the website to that, I think that would be helpful for people, if the council agrees.
That's fine. I think as many people that we can have take a look at this and weigh in on this, the better. But we have to make a decision. We have to get something done fast. Vice President.
Bob, at that special meeting, is that when the residents that live in that area will have a crack at?
Absolutely. We can post
Okay.
that,
'Cause
advertise.
they're the ones that are gonna have to look at this a lot,
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Again, Frank, thank you very much. We're going to move on to item number 2 tonight. So,
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you all.
Frank.
Take
Thanks.
care.
Have a good night.
Item number 2, public forum. Pursuant to Rule 25 of the Rules of the Council, citizens may address the town on one subject only. Said subject is substantive town business. Need to discuss during a regular meeting, nor related to personnel or job performance. Citizens may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must either drop off a public participation request at the town hall or email to both Clerk Marshall and Deputy Clerk Clancy at least 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. All items discussed during this session will not be voted on. No longer than 15 minutes total for the public forum. I understand, clerks, that we have nobody's put in a request.
No requests.
No request. Okay. Any counselor in regards to the consent calendar? Any items, either items on the 3, 4, or 5 you want to take off? Counselor Flynn. You're muted, Counselor Flynn.
Yes, 4 and 5, please.
Okay?
Okay. Motion to approve the consent calendar minus items number 4 and 5.
Second,
I have a motion second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 4, memorandum of Paul Croce, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board, recommendation amendments to the Development Plan Review, DPR process, zoning ordinance 306 requires advertising for public hearing.
Motion to receive said memorandum and advertise for public hearing.
second,
Counselor Flynn.
So I pulled these two off because of that parenthetical note after both of them requires advertising for public hearing, because I regularly get questions for clarifications because nobody knows what that means. I just would like to ask the council or the town clerk if for these types of items in the future, if the parenthetical explanation could be a little clearer, maybe something like council approval required advertising for a future public hearing. I mean, something just shows that this is on the consent calendar for us to approve it. So we're approving the expenditure for advertising for a public hearing that's coming. I get more panicked calls that think it's already happened and we're approving it. Am I the only one?
yes, you are.
No. I'm
Counselor
confused
Welch.
too.
Counselor Welch.
No, more clarity is better for me, so I'm on board.
Any other counselor? Vice President.
I'm not going to voice my concern whether it's clear or not, because, I mean, I can read it. But I do have some questions about this. I know we're requesting for a public hearing, but I went through that 4 and 5, and I have a lot of questions about why we're switching from, from building official to the town planner on some of these things. And I'm not quite sure that makes sense. After all these years, all of a sudden we're switching. So, I mean, it worked well for all these years, unless something's changed that I didn't read in there. And one thing I got to tell you, I don't like, I brought it up at last meeting with the Forest Avenue one we're going to talk, the old Iron Gate, we're going to talk about later. A lot of times they'll put, and look, those guys do great work and gals do great work, don't get me wrong. I don't like words like it's generally consistent. Either it is or it isn't. That's the way I see it. Generally, that leaves the door wide open for things. So I think, with the way the town's being built up and stuff like that, and I know some of it's zoning, not planning, but they work hand in hand. It's not generally consistent isn't good enough for me. It's either consistent or it's not. And maybe I don't know enough about it, but I did sit on the zoning board for 5 years, so, but not the planning board. So, but I guess we just need to watch this one. I'm going to watch this one closely because I have a lot of questions about it. And maybe I'll go sit with Ron, I guess, or talk to Ron over the phone about it. Why we're making these changes after, 50, 60 years, whatever it's been.
Okay. Counselor Toronto.
Might be a silly question, but who requested all these changes?
So, Mr. President,
Solicitor.
so these are changes that are being brought to the town council by the planning board as a result of number one, some changes in state law that allows different types of review and approval processes for development, as well as just based on the experience of the planning board in the development review process in wanting to be able at times to do things that they felt were in the best interest of the town, but that perhaps the current regulations didn't allow them to do. And I just wanted to respond to the vice president with regard to that term, generally consistent. That actually is not.
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Peter.
Pete, you're muted.
Sorry. The term.
Is that by design?
The term generally consistent with the comprehensive plan comes out of the state law that requires the review by the planning board. So the state law requires there to be a statement on the general consistency of the proposal with the comprehensive plan. So that term, generally consistent, is an indication that it might not be fully consistent. That is just a statement that's required to be there under the state law on zoning amendments. So.
All right. Okay, we have a motion to receive the memorandum and advertise the public hearing has been seconded. All in favor?
I,
Okay, item number 5, memorandum of Paul Crouchy, Chairman, Middletown Planning Board. Recommended zoning ordinance amendments. Proposed new zoning ordinance Article 27B, outdoor lighting, requires advertising for public hearing.
Motion to receive said memorandum and advertise for public hearing.
second,
Counselor Flynn.
So once again, am I getting from the council that they don't have an interest in making this clearer to the general public, that parenthetical explanation?
How would you like it worded, Counselor Flynn? Suggestion?
Council approval of this item allows the required advertising for a future public hearing.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments on that? Counselor Santos?
if it's not broken, leave it alone.
I'm reporting it's broken, Counselor Santos.
Vice President?
So Terry, so you're suggesting that it just says requires advertising for public hearing, and just because we're approving it on the consent calendar, you're saying residents think that we're approving that?
Yes.
And how would you like it worded again?
Council approval of this item allows the required advertising for a future public hearing.
Okay, I don't have a problem with it, Counselor Flynn. I don't understand your confusion over it, because it clearly.
It's not my confusion.
It clearly says, or your constituents, clearly says requires advertising for public hearing. It's not something that we're enacting now. It's clearly going to be advertised for public hearing, but I don't have a problem if you want to word it for some of your constituents that are bothered by this, or don't understand or confused by it.
They're confused. It's unclear for those who don't understand the process.
Okay,
So we can save them some angst and us some time if we just add a few words to make it a little clearer. You know, this world is not clear to many, many, many people.
I've learned that recently. Counselor Santos.
Well, maybe, thank you, Mr. President.
Counselor Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe if this was taken off the consent calendar and put on the town council or another part of the docket instead of the consent calendar, would they be able to understand that it's going to be advertised?
Well, then we would be discussing it, and yes, but again, to streamline, I just think it just needs to be stated more clearly.
I don't have a problem with it myself. Do you want to make a motion, Counselor Flynn, and we'll vote on it?
Certainly. So I make a motion that for consent items that require advertising for the public hearing, that the parenthetical statement reads, council approval of this item allows the required advertising for a future public hearing.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
what's that? We had clerks, did you get the count on that? Okay, who was opposed?
I don't think anybody was.
I didn't think so either.
No.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Okay, so to finish out number 5, it's been a motion to receive the said memorandum and advertise for public hearing has been seconded. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number 6, licenses. Application of Pickles, Inc., DBA Pickles, 936 Quinic Avenue, the victualling house license for the 2020-2021 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license contingent on, subject to the building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals.
Second,
Every motion has been seconded. Any conversation? Okay, hearing none. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, under ordinances. Number 7, public hearing advertised. The butters notified. Public hearing remains open. An ordinance of the town of Middletown. This is the second reading. An ordinance and amendment to the town code of the town of Middletown, titled 15 Land Use, Chapter 152 Zoning Code, Town's Zoning Map, Tap 113, Lot 13, which is presently zoned as Office Business Traffic Sensitive, OBA, shall be changed in their entirety to Limited Business Traffic Sensitive, LBA. Planning Board recommendation on file.
Okay, the public hearing remains open.
Okay, we have Mr. Hayes, Pat Hayes Jr., you wanted to speak?
Could you hear me? I just read the sign that is unmuted.
We can hear you now.
Okay, Patrick Hayes for Aquidneck Crossing. Since the last meeting, we had a meeting with the abutter, Mr. Belden, who also spoke at the last meeting. And we have come back and I submitted an amendment to the draft ordinance to Wendy Marshall. I hope you have that, but
We do.
basically we added to the end of the amendment that the uses of the property after the zoning change would be limited to residential and office uses. And then in discussions with Mr. Belden, we agreed to put a fence between his property and this property on the western side, install some shrubs, and that any new building on this property would have a height not in excess of 2 stories. So all those were agreed to. I think it's appropriate to have the zoning change say that the uses are limited to the office use and residential use, and the other details can be worked out at the planning board, and that's all been communicated to Ron Wolanski too.
Okay.
President,
Council Santos.
thank you, sir. My question is directed to Mr. Hayes. Is there a drawing of this project in the planning board office?
There are no extensive drawings yet.
Is there anybody else in the public that'd like to talk? I got you, Mr. Vice President. Okay, Vice President?
So I guess I'm gonna kind of piggyback on Mrs. Santos's question. Well, why isn't there a drawing?
Because we haven't filed a petition for the use yet until you make the zoning change. They don't have authority to receive anything.
So you're asking us okay. Pat, I just have a hard time, trying to approve something I can't see. Even I know it's only a zoning change, I get it, but I want to see the whole picture.
Well,
because, as an elected official, you get questions from your constituents. Well, why'd you approve that after it's built?
well, it wouldn't be built until the zoning change and if the planning board approves it. So
I understand that, but we're talking about a zoning change here. I'd like to see it. I'm a visual guy.
okay.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank our alternate town solicitor, Ms. Desitel, for answering my questions. I have dug into this quite a bit so that I could get it straight in my mind, Councilor Rodrick. So I think that we are on the same plateau there. And so I just want to see if I can make sure I've got the story straight. And if I say something wrong, Ms. Desitel, if you could just correct it after I kind of lay out the thought process, if I have it right here. So the lot is currently zoned office business. And if you look at and this is, for the public as well, so they're clear on whoever might be looking at this. If you look at paragraphs 602 and 719 of the zoning code, residential uses, if I got it right, they're only allowed in office business with a special use permit granted by the zoning board, and only if the residential and office uses are together in the same building. Do I have that right? Okay, so the applicant wants to build and use the lot with dedicated building uses, residential uses in the one or two buildings and office uses in a separate building. He doesn't want to use the uses together in the same building. That's correct. That's where the disconnect is. So the zoning district called limited business allows this with the use of the mixed use ordinance, which was just passed in September of 2018. And I know that because I was on the planning board when that happened. So that's sort of how we get to this inquiry, if I understand it correctly. One of the issues is that the mixed use ordinance also allows a lot of other uses by right. So some of them include, and this is where I get a little nervous and concerned. So the limited business with the mixed use ordinance would allow by right a rooming house, general retailing, commerce stores like bakeries, fish markets, delis, a greenhouse, a lunchroom or restaurant without alcohol, laundry, barber salon, repair shops, fuel oil sales, and with a special use permit, limited business with the mixed use ordinance would allow a small shopping center, a tavern or cafe with alcohol service, a liquor store, and miscellaneous personal services. So the applicant has no intention of doing any of this, as I understand it. And so the zoning ordinance that they're amending states for this particular parcel only that it's going to be limited business, and provided further the uses allowed at such property are limited to residential and office usage, which are allowed in a mixed use development. Do I have that all correct?
Yes. Okay.
And I understand that, you've said you've made that's great effort getting together with the abutter. I think part of that is this verbiage in the zoning ordinance amendment that's before us. And I do think that offices do complement residential areas with their standard operating hours and their business clientele. And it's something that I've actually asked the council to discuss at the February 16th meeting. And in addition, it would revitalize the area, oddly enough, by returning the building to be used for residential, which is what it was built for in the first place. So there's a lot of pros here, but I do have a question and one concern. So given that housing, and this is for the applicant, Mr. Hayes, housing, affordable housing, it's council's #1 priority. And it's a huge concern to our residents. And I'm just wondering, could the applicant calculate just one more affordable housing unit in this project? I know the units may not be market rate, but I understand there's a higher standard of tenancy for the tenant, the rent's guaranteed. And, I'm elected to express the people's wishes, so I'm obligated to at least ask.
Chris Bischow, are you available? I thought,
Hey, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris, name and address, please.
Sure. Christopher Bischow, 96 Diane Ave, Portsmouth, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Flynn. So currently, and also Vice Chairman, we don't have a picture yet of the building because, for what Pat said, we just didn't know we could even do a picture until we were accepted to planning. So we can address that however you'd like. But the affordable, so the way the mixed ordinance works, as you are aware of, is currently by changing the zoning, we can maintain the two buildings, 12 units going back to the way it was originally built in the office building looking upwards. And that's fine. The mixed ordinance allows for bonus density, which will allow us to put in the affordable housing. So we can get up to 24 units, and we will be obligated to build 2 affordable units. Now, those units have to be at 80% of AMI. And so that's
What's AMI?
the average median income, which in this case, in the town of Middletown, is roughly, it changes every year, but roughly about 40-ish, high $40,000 is the median income. Therefore, the rents have to be roughly 30% of that amount, capped. And then that also give an allocation for utilities as well included in that. So currently, with the 12 units, it's very difficult to afford any affordable housing because we have to pay full property taxes, water, sewer, all those other expenses. We got to build the unit. Lumber prices have gone through the roof. If anybody's in the home building business, you know houses have gone up $30,000 in lumber costs alone. Now, we've stripped the entire building. We've reframed it from the inside, new flooring, no brand new electrical, brand new plumbing. The bonus will allow us, now we can get up to 12 additional units. We're not going to do 12. We can really do 8 comfortably on that site. And we will still do the 2 units of affordable, which would be 10% of the 20 units at the end of the day. Can we add another affordable? Absolutely, we can, Councilwoman Flynn. So we could do 3 and that would stretch us, but we could do it.
So that is great news, I think, to everybody, and I would look forward to that. I just want to get my concerns off the table also, and then kind of wrap it up. So the concerns that I have with the approval of this is that the Middletown Comprehensive Plan does show this parcel to be zoned office business on the future land use map. And limited business is not office business. And we try to stay consistent, with the comprehensive plan. We've gone to great lengths actually to get consistency in the comprehensive plan. Number 2, Middletown's office business zone districts are limited. There's only about 6 small areas total. And lastly, even this zoning ordinance amendment could be amended again to remove the protected verbiage limiting the uses to residential and office. So given those concerns, and thank you for that 3rd unit for affordable housing, but before we vote this evening, I just want to know that if in the future, the town amends the office business district definition to allow by right different buildings with dedicated uses on the same lot, that, Mr. Bishu, if you would not oppose the rezoning of the parcel back to office business, again, so long as it allows what you're proposing and what you're going to be doing there anyway.
I have no opposition to that at all. I'm just here to work with the town. I think that building has been used as office and it's proved a disaster because it's been empty for like 3 years because nobody wants the way that built. Nobody wants an office that was once an apartment is really what it comes down to. So, I mean, that's really the challenge the Sullivans have always had is they have an apartment building they just made into an office during the 80s, and it really wasn't an office. So I have no problem with that at all.
Okay, so that covers it for me. We get an extra unit of affordable housing, and, if we want to rezone it without impact to you in the future, then I think that's a win-win.
Vice President. You're muted.
Muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. So Terry, I'm not clear about what you're asking about rezoning it in the future. Because the issue I have is that, our number one job is to protect the residents, right? And so as commercial, as we change zoning, a commercial with the uses, potential uses that you recited or cited that could potentially, say Chris decides to sell the building in 10, 15 years and somebody else buys it. And now the residents really have no protection for what could go in there.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
The zoning would still lock in the residential uses and the office uses that couldn't be changed unless the council changed the zoning, Paul.
Marissa? Is that
Yes,
accurate? Is that accurate?
Yes,
So it would have to come back before a council?
yes. And they would have to go through the same process that everyone is going through right now. In person, hopefully, but yeah, he's right.
Okay. Hey, Pat, also with the drawings,
Yes.
I understand there's a cost to the drawings without having to get them without approval for zoning first, but I'd still like to see the drawings.
Well, I understand that. Chris, can you give a description?
Yeah, so I can help you out, Paul, at least visually, is because, first of all, a development is never successful unless it makes sense. So if you can just imagine or visualize really what's there, the third building is going to mimic exactly what's there. 2 stories. It will probably have clapboard clad with some brick accents, and it's going to fit in. I think you kind of know the work I do around town. And I think, you know, these things have to make sense from a curb appeal standpoint. Nobody wants to live in something that sticks out like a sore thumb. So, you know, a building that has 8 additional units is roughly the same size as looking upwards, with the same gable roof on the top and same color schematic and landscaping throughout the property, which is going to be upgraded significantly.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I did have an extensive conversation with Neil, who I didn't realize that he sold me my last 3 Jeeps. So once we got together, we kind of worked out how it was going to look. And I think there's going to be some improvements for him too on the lighting side in general. So he seemed pretty happy when we went over the plan of attack. We met for about a half hour, 45 minutes. Yeah.
that's what I was going to finish up with, Chris. I'm happy to see that you reached out to our resident Neil and worked out to his satisfaction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anton Viveras? Anton, if you're there, unmute yourself. Anton? Anton Viveras, you're muted.
Bob, Lawrence Frank has his hand up as well.
Okay, Lawrence Frank, Lawrence?
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown. With reference to the affordable housing and the 80% AMI, the Keystone Consulting Group report, which you received this evening, references the 80% AMI. And as far as they're concerned, 80% AMI is equivalent to market rate. So I don't know that these AMI, 80% AMI really qualifies for an affordable housing for the general public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Silva has his hand up, Bob.
Bob Silva? Bob, if you're there? Bob, you're muted.
I hit the wrong button, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comment on this at all.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So,
do we have anyone else that would like to speak?
No.
Okay. All right. Hey, Mr. Vice President.
Okay. Motion to add at the end of the third paragraph of the ordinance and provided further, the uses allowed at such property are limited to residential and office usage which may be in a mixed-use development.
Second,
Do we have a second? Any conversation?
Mr. President,
Counselor Toronto?
thank you. I just wanted to mention, and just in consideration of what we're doing tonight, in regards to this change, our proposed change, this is something we got to keep in mind going forward. I said it in the last meeting, we're looking for ways to try to keep things affordable in Middletown. I do believe we probably will have some commercial real estate or other pieces of property that will be coming up that we may start looking at as an alternative to mixed use. So I just wanted to put that out there, that this is something that we'll probably be addressing going forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Santos?
with this being approved tonight, I would like to ask Mr. Hayes that in the future, once this is approved, that we can go to the planning board and ask for a copy of the layout of this property with the apartments and so forth.
You will absolutely have the right to see that. They will be filed with full drawings and a layout and site plan.
Thank you.
Vice President?
So a couple things. I think that should be required before any zoning change, that there's drawings. And secondly, to address Dennis's question, one of the things Chris brought up at the last meeting was when we talked about affordable housing, he said we should push for that change in the law, which I believe Terry is going to put on the docket for the next meeting. That's one way we're going to be able to get more affordable housing, is that if we make it happen ourselves.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion to second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to second to close. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on the second reading as amended.
Second.
A motion second to adopt. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it much.
Get those drawings in.
Thank you.
Anytime, Paul. Let's go to Dunkin' Donuts.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, item number 8.
Mr. President, I would like to announce that I'm recusing for number 8 and number 9.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Toronto?
I'm also going to be recusing from number 8 and 9. I had checked with the Ethics Committee in regards to where we're at. I do have a rental property. And as you know, we've discussed in the past, for us to participate in these docket items, we have to make them more specific in regards to what we're going to be talking about. And, we're looking for ways to generate revenue. We're looking for ways to do different things to control maybe Airbnbs and things along those lines. But after talking to the Ethics Committee, we can rule on penalties. We can rule on, different policies within it. But when it comes down to the financial side of things, if it impacts me as a short-term rental or as a rental property, or you're making changes in the ordinance, we're not sure what they are, we can't participate. We have to recuse ourselves. So we can keep doing it this way, and we're going to have to keep recusing ourselves, or we can put docket items on here that are more specific to what we're talking about, so we can decide what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. So I just like people to take that maybe into consideration going forward, because I need to recuse myself for both 8 and 9. And I got to tell you, I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of inquiries about these two docket items.
Okay, we all did, I think, on that, on items 8 and 9. However, I got you, Mr. Vice President. Just one second. Item number 8 and item number 9 this evening, a conversation. We're not making any motions to vote on anything. Tonight is conversation. We're trying to solicit input from the community, from the public, on both items. At the same time, we're trying to solicit some input maybe from the councils as well. Tonight is a solicitation of input from people. When we come back on the 16th, by that time, a couple of weeks, maybe some councils will come up with some ideas and present some motions. But tonight is solicitation only of information. That's all. Feelings. what's out there, what's the public feeling, what are the councils feeling about this, and where are we gonna go with it, or how are we gonna address it. We have Desatel, Attorney Desatel is here with us tonight. Our solicitor has also recused himself from item number 8 and item number 9, so Marissa's gonna be filling in. As I stated earlier in the evening, I'm recusing from number 9 myself. But again, this is a solicitation of feedback from the councils and, more importantly, the community. Okay, and we have a number of people that want to talk tonight. And we're going to give everybody 3 minutes. We have a number of people. So, having said that, it's a memorandum from myself and the Vice President in regards to short-term rental ordinance.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
We have a motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We have, start with, and we got them in order as the way they came in. John Bagwell. John? John, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Name and address, John.
Yeah, John Bagwell, 587 Tuckerman Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island. Actually, as I mentioned to Wendy, when I signed up, I said I might have something to add, but I have nothing to add relative to the short-term ordinance. I will be speaking about the tax adjustment item, agenda item.
Okay. Thank you, John. Leon Amaranth. Leon?
Oh,
Leon,
yes. Can you hear me?
name and address. We're talking about short-term rental ordinance.
Yep. Leon Amarant, 60
Go ahead.
Island Drive. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this matter. My name's Leon Amarant. I'm a lifelong resident here in Middletown with my wife and my 3 children. And we own a home in Middletown on Island Drive and also operate a rental property. I've been following the discussions regarding short-term rental activity in Middletown. And while there's limited data on the topic, I have collected and reviewed as much data as I could find in order to gain a better understanding of the landscape of short-term rental activity in Middletown. And again, I operate one, so I have insight into how they operate. I think it's important to consider the short-term rental survey that was sent out last month or the last couple months. And I thought that was a very a good thing that the town did to solicit feedback on this matter. I think it's very complex. And I think after reviewing the feedback, there was a lot of feedback. 234 respondents gave their insight and opinions. So looking at that data, it seems, and I'm just going to summarize it. I think you guys know the results of it. Just to reiterate them, the results. 49% either agreed or strongly agreed that short-term rentals are a positive to Middletown, while 38% either disagreed or strongly disagreed, and 13% were neutral. After reading through the responses, the positive aspects of short-term rentals voiced by residents and respondents were the following. Travelers staying in those short-term rentals support small businesses. I think they are a boon to the small business communities, particularly down on Aquinic Avenue. I know this also because my family also operates businesses down there as well. And there's a lot of short-term rental travelers that visit these and patronize these businesses and support them. And these are all small businesses owned by, for the most part, residents of the town. These rentals also offer employment to landscapers, cleaning services, property managers, et cetera. They offer homeowners an opportunity to earn supplemental income to afford living expenses, including helping with their taxes. They also provide the town with and state with additional tax revenue on stays, as well as registration fees to the town. And then finally, they do offer travelers an affordable option to visit Middletown, as hotel rooms have become, for the most part, generally quite expensive, especially during the summer. So some of the negative aspects, and really they could be summarized as follows. There was mainly concerns with nuisance, quality of life, and also the changing landscape of neighborhoods. And I apologize if I'm going a little long.
Just try to stay within the 3 minutes, Leon.
I will. So all these points are valid, both the positives and negatives. I think we can all agree there. But the survey also gave an opportunity for feedback and suggestions. And the recurring theme was with regard to addressing the nuisance and quality of life concerns was the need for enforcement. The fact is the current ordinance as in addresses these concerns, and it's in my belief that if it's properly enforced, that may mitigate those concerns. So to the enforcement, some data on the enforcement, really high level. Middletown hired host compliance a number of years ago.
Leon, I'm going to give you about 15 seconds. Your time's up.
Okay.
There are a lot of people.
So there's 348 listings online and only 196 registered properties, okay? So clearly there's about 150 properties that are operating unregistered and in violation of the ordinance. So they're not being enforced.
Thank you, Leon. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Barry Doyle, Barry.
Can you folks hear me?
We can hear you. Name and address, Barry.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Barry Doyle, 479 Wolcott Avenue. I'm not a short-term renter. I don't rent the property. So I don't have any real financial interest in how the short-term rentals are looked at as far as being taxed. I do live adjacent to a 5-bedroom property that was purchased in 2014 by a New York resident exclusively as a short-term rental operation. This particular owner, this was his second purchase in Middletown for that purpose. And this owner never registered either property that he owned as a short-term rental. This past year, this particular property owner was called into court for unauthorized short-term rentals beginning June of 2020. In fact, I did send in some supplemental material that details the activity from this past summer on said property. 15 nights it rented, which actually was a very slow summer due to COVID. There were at least 5 calls to the police for loud parties and noise complaints. And this particular property advertises all over the place as a 5-bedroom sleep 15, which also is a violation as far as what he's doing with the property. So if I'm reading the ordinance correctly, it states that violations are punishable up to $1,000 per day per offense. And this particular owner, for all these offenses, unregistered for years, and all the activity, continuing without being registered, was fined a total of $350. $350 for 20 violations. Based on the advertising, it's estimated that it grossed $22,000 for the 3-month period, June to September. So I don't see how a increased tax basis or change in the tax is going to fix the quality of life problem. All it's going to do is disproportionately hurt the smaller short-term rentals that are following the rules. And again, I'm an advocate of short-term rentals. So my problem rests with a different category. It's these party houses. They are a different breed. They generate so much revenue that a tax increase is just looked upon as another cost of doing business. It's not going to force or change any kind of behavior. The only thing that's going to change things is actually if we look to enforce the existing ordinances that are already on the books. I know that I'm not the only one in town that deals with this. There's apparently a huge disconnect between the rules as they're written and how they're enforced, which really to me is the root cause of some of the problems that we have with quality of life. The focus here should be on enforcement strategy. Our rights as residents are trampled upon every single weekend by these transients coming in, and it feels like nothing's being done to enforce it and to stop it. If these ordinances have teeth, now is the time to let them bite including adding a rule to revoke that privilege. Again, a privilege of operating a short-term rental in the middle of a neighborhood on these repeat offenders. In my mind, that's where the focus should be. I'd like to thank
Barry.
you for consideration tonight.
Thanks, Barry. Sarah Minus, Sarah?
Can you hear me?
You can, name and address.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to echo exactly what Barry just mentioned. That was going to be one of my main points on number 8. Is that,
Sarah, your name and address for the record.
oh, I'm sorry, Sarah Minor, 7 Cockshell Circle. Can you still hear me?
We can.
Okay, I was just getting an echo, so I just unplugged my monitor. So I wanted to reiterate what Barry mentioned and also to stress that what Leon also touched upon, that I do think that the ordinances are very good and I have been abiding by them. I am a short-term rental owner and it does take a lot of extra work, but I think that they are exactly what we need as a town. But the enforcement is really something that I think needs a little bit of beefing up. So I'm hoping that the council will be focusing on how that might be able to happen. Possibly designating somebody on a part-time basis to try to get their unregistered rentals to be registered. And then thinking about possibly publishing a fine structure that is used. So if there's a noise violation, it's a certain known dollar figure. There's another noise violation, then that might be an escalated dollar figure and something of that nature so that it's a little bit more structured.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Beth Rushlow, Beth?
Good evening. Beth Rushlow, 32 Ellery Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island. Good evening, Mr. President and Town Council members. There was an article submitted to letters to the editors in the Newport Daily News by President Sylvia, Vice President Paul Rodriguez, and Councilwoman Teresa Santos. The article presented your opinion of Councilwoman Terry Flynn and her short-term rental objective. And I quote, "It is our opinion that her priorities are often self-serving, demonstrated by her strong desire to protect the current short-term rental ordinances and her support for tax reforms that would make others pay a portion of her property taxes while she collects thousands of dollars a week on her own short-term rental. In other words, collects lots of money, have others subsidize her property taxes and ignore the quality of life impact caused by short-term rentals on the rest of the town and its taxpayers. I really hope what the three of you stated is not your opinion of my husband, myself, and any of the other responsible owners of short-term rentals in Middletown. The problem in this town with the short-term rentals is the large houses that cater to bachelorette groups and couples that do not respect the house or the neighborhood. These are mostly non-resident, non-on-site owners that need to be held accountable for the problems their rentals cause. It is always the same houses in our neighborhood. To punish all of us who run respectable leases to families that want to enjoy our beautiful town is just not right. We should not have to be penalized for the lack of control over renters in these non-resident, non-on-site landlords' houses. What you need to do is start enforcing the ordinances you created back in 1999 for short-term rentals and collect the fines from the abusers. This is the solution to the problem. I truly do not see how raising our taxes to commercial are going to resolve the problem. This will not change anything with those out of state and non-resident owners. You will collect money for a fund for the town, and sooner or later, the owners will get the message their abusive renters will not be tolerated in our neighborhood. We both work together to accomplish the American dream. Middletown is so special to my husband, Dave, and I. We truly love living here. We do not want it taken away from us due to these houses that do not rent by the laws and regulations regarding their tenants. One would hope your biased opinion on short-term rentals does not affect your decision on a solution to the problem owners of short-term rentals. Do what is right by enforcing your own ordinances instituted in 1999. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. David Rushlow. David?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, David. Name and address.
Okay, good evening, Mr. President and Town Council members. My name is David Rushlow. I reside at 32 Ellery Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island. I read in the Newport Daily News on January 22nd, 2021, an article concerning raising taxes on short-term rentals. Council President Bob Sylvia stated different situations and everything, but the one thing at the very end, he said, we have to get the property owners held accountable for what goes on during their rentals of their properties. Ordinance 9899 was passed on November 16, 1999, 22 years ago. I was curious as to how many fines have been monetarily passed on to renters or owners for noise and parking problems over 22 years. The town hall and the police record division could not give me the number of fines because of the way the records have been kept. Like President Sylvia said the discussion is long overdue, and I agree. As a matter of fact, I brought it up on June 5th, 2016, June 7, 2016, and times after that. I said, I'm a full-time resident, but I also have 3 cottages that I rent that are on the same property as my house. When I send a contract to my renters, it states the Middletown noise ordinance curfew for loud noise, and also states how many cars they are allowed to have, how many cars they're allowed to have in order to avoid street parking, which presents dangerous situation around many of these rental homes. When they arrive, I remind them of the ordinance, curfew, and parking. And I also ask them to respect my property and our neighbors. My issues are with the houses that continually rent over and over again to people out of control from 12 to 4 o'clock in the AM with screaming, laughing, and using obscene language. I'm an on-site landlord, and I know my renters are behaving, but I am seriously doubt that the other owners do not know or care. To punish the owners who run a professional operation by raising our taxes from residential to commercial will not solve the problem. In these times of chaos, this tax may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. The impression that short-term rentals make a fortune, or as someone says, thousands of dollars a week, I can only say, I wish this was true. The solution is simple. Enforce the ordinance. Enforce the ordinance that was passed 22 years ago in 1999. I cannot help but feel that the council has already made up their mind and that our concerns do not matter. I hope I'm wrong. A couple questions I have is, how can you divide up commercial part of my property where my rentals are and my private residency in the rear of the property? We collect 8% tax for the rental fee. 7% goes to the state of Rhode Island. The town of Middletown receives 1%. Where does that revenue go? My concern is that you may have already have potential use for the added income from the tax. And that's why I mentioned up above, I hope you haven't already decided on a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
David.
Okay. Deborah Fagola. Deborah?
The girls have no vision to Deborah. If she could raise her hand.
Deborah Fagola. Deborah? Okay. Dustin Varnell. Dustin?
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
You can. Name and address, Dustin. Thank you.
Dustin Varnell, 54 Warren Ave. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I am a Middletown resident. I have a single family house. I live here with my wife and child. I also have a multifamily house in the same neighborhood where I live that I've owned for about 12 years. I've been a Middletown resident for about 13 years. I'd just like to echo what some of the other people speaking have said, in that I think that this tax increase for commercial real estate for rentals, short-term and long-term, will have some unintended consequences. I think one of the things that the memorandum said was that it would help families moving into the neighborhood. I do both short-term and long-term rentals. I'd like to say that the tax increase would have an effect on some of the people that rent from me, including the Navy, some of the graduates and teachers and students. I also would like to say that the part about the noise ordinance and the allowed short-term rental houses, I think that's a matter for the justice system. And I also agree that we should be enforcing people who are not filling out the proper paperwork and getting the licenses for renting and paying the fees. I think everyone else has pretty much said the same thing, but I definitely don't agree with this. And I think there's a better way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you, Dustin.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Deborah Pagola, Deborah? Okay. All right, I got two Mike Flynns. Mike Flynn, number one, please step up. Any Mike Flynn.
So this is Mike Flynn Sr. Can you hear me?
We can. Name and address, Mike.
Mike Flynn, 34 Warren Ave, Middletown, Rhode Island. Good evening, Mr. President and town councilors. So I have a few items to talk about here, some of which have already been talked about, but I'll mention them anyway. Foremost in my mind is the fact that the existing ordinances are not being enforced. My personal experience and anecdotal evidence that I've heard points to the fact that neither the town nor the police, when they are called, nor the judicial system in the town enforce the ordinances as written, and they should. Number two, the town should take care not to lump all short-term rental operators into one group. The problem stems from a very small number of operators, I would think. The key here is the enforcement of the issues on those homes and operators, not a heavy-handed ordinance that does not target problem houses. Number three, I'd like to see the data that supports the contention in the memo that this has created costly overtime demands on our public services and havoc in our neighborhoods, requiring a change to the ordinances. Havoc is defined as a widespread and general destruction or devastation. That's a rather strong term to use, I think. And my last point is, I don't believe that the provisions of the ordinance should apply to owner-occupied properties, because in very large measure, and I am an owner-occupied operator, in large measure, those properties are not where your problems lie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Camille Marcello. Camille?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh.
Address, please.
Camille Marcello, 30 Warren Avenue. Really, I don't have anything to add to what everybody's been saying, but I do think that enforcing all of the ordinances is the key to getting the short-term rentals under control. And that's really all I gotta say about it.
Okay, thank you, Camille. Thank you for calling in.
Camille.
Sarah Poirier. Sarah?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Sarah, name and address, please.
Thank you. Okay, so my family and I have rented our home in Middletown. We rented a few weeks each summer during the Jazz and Folk Fest. Can you still hear me? Sorry, I'm having problems.
We can hear you now.
Okay, so we rent it for a few weeks each summer. We don't make a lot of money, but it does cover our travel to go visit family, my husband's family on the West Coast, and otherwise our house would just be sitting empty. We maybe rent 3 or 4 weekends a summer max. And we've really enjoyed the opportunity that's provided with us, and we take a lot of pride in offering up our home to people who want to come and enjoy this beautiful place. And this new proposed commercial tax change would really not be a good solution for us. And it would really prevent us from enjoying the flexibility that short-term rentals have brought. Basically, we would not make any profit. It just would not be worth our while. And what I find unfortunate is that with the proposed plan, owners who make $3,000 a year or $300,000 a year would pay the same fee. And this is not really, in my opinion, a smart way to gain revenue from short-term rentals. It would put Middletown in the Stone Age when we need to be harnessing the benefits of a sharing economy, which so much of the world is moving to now. And with what's happened with the coronavirus more than ever. In my opinion, the best way to collect revenue from short-term rentals would be to add an extra 5% town occupancy fee on each rental. Many municipalities have already passed their own occupancy tax on short-term rentals, and it has allowed them to capitalize on the growth of the sharing economy fairly, while not discouraging their residents from enjoying the benefits of short-term rentals. The occupancy fee would be paid to the renter, would be paid by the renter, collected by the booking website, and quickly remitted to the town with 100% compliance and little oversight by the town. With regards to the disruption of neighbors, a small number of short-term rentals can become party houses, and regulations should be passed and enforced that limit the noise, parking, and alcohol consumption in these houses that disrupt neighbors. There are several noise monitoring systems designed specifically for short-term rentals, which record ambient noise levels, including outdoor sensors, and they issue an alert if the sound exceeds a threshold. The town should mandate that all short-term rental owners have noise monitoring systems in order to maintain the sound levels below 90 decibels at all times, otherwise be subject to a fine. In conclusion, there are smart ways to capitalize on the benefits of the sharing economy while avoiding the issues that have been raised by the town council. These include implementing an occupancy fee and mandating simple off-the-shelf smart home technologies.
Sarah, I got to ask you to wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Olga Tregeser. Olga, are you there? You're muted there, Olga.
Good evening, Council. My name's Olga Tregeser. My property is at 71 Aquidneck Avenue. And I simply would like to not waste too much of your time. So I'm just going to say Leon and Sarah, and actually just listening to Mike Flynn, I want to just say that I agree with their positions. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling in, Olga.
Wait, just one last thing. I'm not quite certain if we're taking item 8 and 9 separately. Are we?
Separate.
Yes.
Separately.
Separately. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olga. Okay, I'm going to try Deborah Pagola again. Deborah. Okay, I'm going to try another Mike Flynn. Is there another Mike Flynn? Do we have another Mike Flynn?
No, I don't think so, Bob.
Okay. Again, for those of you that called in, we certainly appreciate your input. We thank you for all calling in. And there's been no formal proposals made. This is a conversation again tonight, requesting your feedback. So nothing has been formalized and nothing has been presented to the council. Any council members like to make any comments on this? Councilor Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to have something clarified that I have gotten calls from my senior friends. Now, this ordinance, and particularly where it states on article number 98.04, it is strictly a 6-month or less if anybody rents property. Anyone who rents property for a full year will not be affected by this ordinance. Am I correct in that? Can I tell them that?
Marissa, you want to answer that question?
Hi. Yes, that is correct. The draft ordinance indicates that it shall apply only to a lease that lasts for a term of 6 months or less.
All right, so I can reiterate, tell them that it is for 6 months or less. If they rent for 12 months, they're okay.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Vice President?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'd like to say that I heard Dave Rushlow and Beth, and Dave specifically said that, that he feels there's a kind of a preconceived or a biased, and I certainly hope it doesn't come across like that, because that's why we have these discussions. These are ideas that are put out there based upon issues that are raised. There's a certain amount of people on one side of the issue. There's a certain amount of people on the other side of the issue. Leon referred to the survey. And actually, what I thought tonight was the reason you have these. You listen to people's ideas, but certainly no preconceived a bias against short-term rentals. There's a lot of pros to short-term rentals, and there's a lot of issues with short-term rentals. When an issue like this comes up, naturally you're going to get most people that are short-term renters, and then we had a couple tonight that weren't, but they live in that same neighborhood, and they haven't had too many issues. They support it. You don't get a lot of the people that complain. So they are out there, and I know you recognize that. We recognize that, and that's why this kind of came up. I mean, to me, there's two separate issues. One was very clearly stated by most of the short-term renters or the people that spoke tonight, is enforcement. It's not that easy to enforce. Do I think there's opportunity? Absolutely. So there's an enforcement issue, and then there's a business issue where people are running businesses in residential areas. And so I completely agree with you by raising potential tax or not, depends, what happens, the feedback. But by raising a tax certainly isn't going to solve an enforcement issue. That's pretty clear. So to me, there's two separate issues. Do the residents feel, or does the council feel from the input from the residents, that are you paying your fair share? And two, we definitely need to step up the enforcement. So that's kind of where I see it. I did like a couple ideas that came up tonight. Sarah had a couple of really good ideas, I think, with a potential occupancy fee. Paid by the renter. There's a booking website, and then that money is filtered to the town and maybe in a more fairly fashion, because not everybody rents every weekend, which was brought to light. And also, I like the idea of the decibel, mandating the decibels. Those are some pretty solid ideas. So, I just wanted to make sure that, there's not a perception out there that, that it's a done deal, or that's biased, or we hate short-term renters. Certainly that's not the case. There's a lot of pros to short-term renters, and we just need to get our arms around it to create a good quality of life for our residents that are affected by it, and the ones that do it, that they're treated fairly as well. So again, two issues: business and enforcement. So that's kind of how I see it. That's how I summarize it. But thank you for the ideas tonight. I think there was some solid ideas out there. Sean, I do have a recommendation that one of the residents brought up was, I'm not sure if it was, maybe it was Mike Flynn, brought up, how do we know how well versed the police are with short-term renters? Because to me, it's a seasonal, it's more of a shorter window of the issues that arise, certainly the complaints that we get anyway. How do we know how well versed they are or not? And it's not a knock on them, but just the question was raised, and I think it's a valid question. How do we know how well versed they are on the ordinance?
I know they complete training at the beginning of the season. We actually started with discussions with the solicitor and the senior officers prior to the busy season last year. They would do roll call training throughout the year. I can have Chief Hewer come to the next meeting and talk a little bit about that. But, you know, a lot of the issues that came up in the survey and that we experienced throughout the summer are not unique to short-term rentals. They just happen to be often associated with them. Things like the noise ordinance, issues with trash cans being left out on the wrong day, the parking issues, which we experienced really throughout the Esplanade the entire summer. I mean, they're not unique issues. I think one area that we need to work on in the upcoming year is trying to find a unique identifier so that when there is a complaint, that it gets centralized. You know, that complaint gets recorded in a central location so that we can better answer questions about, you know, how many issues we're having, as well as tracking how many issues we're having at one location. That's something that we need to work on. So I'm not sure that I really answered your question, but I think we're well trained. I think there's some process issues that we need to address in the upcoming year to better coordinate the efforts across not only the staff but with the municipal court.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Muted, Bob.
Council Santos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address my question to Mr. Brown. Since we have a dog officer, could we not assign one police officer to be trained in taking care of these problem areas and these problem homes that are rented out and where they have, you know, so many calls? Could one officer be trained to do this?
I think at the next meeting, I would bring forward a recommendation that we add resources to the zoning office. I think Mr. Welch brought up an idea that needs to be explored, which is adding another employee to that department to provide not only assistance during the busy season, but also be familiar with the people that are filing the applications, familiar with the properties, so that, again, besides getting reports that there's a trash problem or a tenant problem or a noise problem at a location, they have a relationship already established with the property owner. The other piece is that the police department will have, the goal is to have intern, we'll call them police security, community policing officers that can also be assigned to assist in providing greater ordinance enforcement in the upcoming season. So I think between those two, we can get a better handle on the short-term rentals. But, you know, reassigning the dog officer to do work enforcing zoning ordinances just means that we're no longer going to be enforcing ordinances related to the dogs and other animals and providing those services.
Correct.
So that's how I would respond to that.
She didn't muted, Bob.
I don't know,
Okay.
my screen here is going crazy. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to answer Mr. Brown. He said to dog officer, I never intended for the dog officer to answer the complaints. It would be a regular police officer who would be knowledgeable of the ordinance, who would be answering the calls from the residents in the area. It would not be the dog officer. That is not what I meant, sir.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I heard. So I apologize. The police would still respond, but we really need a resource to be familiar with the program, who can be available, not only that person, but other people to respond to really the programmatic issues that are associated with short-term rentals. I think ultimately, what I'm hearing is we want to have a strong program so that we're doing our best to maintain or restore the quality of life in the neighborhoods. And I think the thing that I continue to learn here is that will be done. We can solve the problems with people. Technology isn't necessarily going to solve the problem for us. So we need to get people into the field, work with the short-term rental operators, and and when there is an issue, is immediately engage the people involved in the activity that needs to stop. So those are the things that we'll hopefully focus on. And I believe in talking with each of you, that's your goal also.
Okay, I think we're not gonna accomplish this tonight. I'd like to have the chief and representatives from the police department, and maybe even the building inspector's office with us next time, Mr. Brown. Councilor Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought the conversation tonight was great. The residents, everything that I had written down, which unfortunately was just going to reiterate what I said last time, pretty much came out through the resident comments, which I liked, especially both the Rushlows, and I thought Sarah did have some great ideas too. My only addition that I think one person brought up that I believe in is that violators that are continually, and like I said before, 3 times in a season, you're done for the next year. I think that would send a strong message. So we're kind of going around this idea of hiring someone else, which I completely agree with. I don't think trying to cobble together some, part-time positions or somebody not doing their job today and going over there, that's not the answer. The answer is to have one person. If I know there's less than 200 registered short-term rentals right now, and obviously from what we've heard, there's a number that are not registered. So over the course of the year, that person is responsible for the inspections and registration and the answering complaints during the day. You can't expect that same person to be there all, summer weekends. However, they're the point of contact with the police, so that every day he comes in, he checks his computer. Okay, the police responded to noise complaints at these addresses, parking at here, whatever. And he is the one person, or she, that is responsible for that sector. So anytime there's a problem, it goes to that person. It's like somebody mentioned the dog officer, I think Mrs. Santos. The dog officer knows everybody that has a dog in town. They know where the dogs live. They know what's going on because there's one person. You can't make it. We have to be willing to spend some money to add a person, because the residents are saying we're having a quality of life issue. We're obviously taking their money for room rentals or whatever the fee is. They need that quality of life. And based on the rules that we already have and the fines that are on the books, if you started enforcing them, that money would easily pay that person's salary. So I think the answer is right in front of us. We don't have to add more rules. We don't have to take the money up, require everybody to pay more money when there's a handful of people then getting away with it scot-free. We have to nail them first. So I also agree with what Mr. Brown said. I tried to figure out, because it was said in the paper that there was these exorbitant overtime costs associated to short-term rentals, and I want to know what they were. Those numbers are not easy to come by, because a police report does not, it doesn't cross-reference to it's a short-term rental or it isn't, or whether the short-term rental owner is in the house or he isn't. That information is not easy to come by. So by running all of this through one person, you can easily keep track of it any way you want. So I really think that's the answer before we start add more pieces to the puzzle. We got all the pieces. We just have to use them. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Vice President.
Sean, I know we had hired host compliance, and that didn't, to my knowledge, that didn't work out too well. And there's still a large number of unregistered short-term renters. Are we taking any steps to see if we can't get those people registered?
So I guess one question I have, so host compliance, we did basically fire or did not renew the agreement. And when we sat down with them, they were having issues with their product. There was no dispute that the program was not working as it should have. That was a meeting that we had with the clerk's office as well as with the building inspector. So, and then the pandemic hit, so that sort of put a pause on things. As far as pursuing the unregistered businesses at this point, I'm waiting for this discussion to happen and to make to use recommendations that come forward as well as some of my own to look at how we would pursue finding unregistered units. I think there's been recommendations online that, so for instance, we talked tonight about having some sort of a unique number or something to track a short-term rental unit. I've seen where people have suggested that we assign that number and require people to post that on their listings so that we can, when we find a Middletown listings, we can cross-reference what's online, if it's unit 1, 2, 3, 4 with the unit 1, 2, 3, 4 we have on registered here at Town Hall. So I think what I've been doing is looking at the process improvements that we need to make, the cross-referencing that we need to build into our systems so that we can actually identify the rooms that are being listed on the different sites that aren't necessarily registered with the town. It's just not easy. It's just not an easy process. But again, having someone who is focused on finding those units, I think is a start. I think the second piece is having some sort of a hotline or number that people can call where a person answers, a town employee answers, not someone from host compliance, where they can report, Sean Brown is operating a short-term rental and
I knew it.
He doesn't have a permit from the town. So I think that in the end will be the most effective means of identifying, who's in compliance and who's not in compliance, and probably who isn't operating in a manner that's maintaining the quality of life in the neighborhood, which is, will help us prioritize where we're enforcing.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Council Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more thing, I'm thinking about what Sean was just saying and Paul. So if the lists of all the short-term rentals that are registered in the town was available on the website that, let's say, my zoning office person maintains, and I live next to Sean Brown and I know he's renting out a room, but he's not registered, I can go on there, I can look up his address and I can see that he is registered or isn't. Then I can file a complaint right there. At least it's not the only answer, but it's a way for the people that, like that one guy that called up and said, the house, crazy amounts of money and never got fined and all that. He lives right there. He knows it's going on. So that would be another source to figure out where these unregistered ones are, as well as, maybe I'm asking too much of one position, but that person that is the short-term rental officer, in the morning, he combs the websites to look for, pretends he's looking for a rental in Newport or Middletown and see what comes up. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're going to move on to item number 9, and I'm going to, my computer is going crazy upstairs. I don't know if clerk downstairs, you have access to my computer?
It's operator error.
Could be. I'm going to try to, here we go. I'm going to try to mute myself.
You're muted, Bob. Okay. So item number 9, Bob's recusing. So item number 9, memorandum of Council President Sylvia and Vice President Rodriguez in reference to property tax adjustments. I'll make the motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
Motion in a second. Discussion.
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Santos.
All right, I'm a little concerned where this part where someone who rents their property for 12 months of the year, they're going to be taxed different.
Mhm.
Am I correct in reading that? Going to be penalizing somebody who possibly inherited some property from their parents and now they're renting it. They're going to be penalized. They rent it for 12 months of the year, maybe to a family member, a low-income family, and they're going to be penalized?
No one's being penalized at all. This is discussion about, I didn't have that in mind when I put this on here with Bob, for sure. I thought more of businesses, full-blown businesses that are operating in residential areas, not long-term rentals. So at least that was my intention of it. You know, I think a lot of neighborhoods have businesses that are just flat out running a full-fledged business in a residential neighborhood. And that was the intention of it, certainly not long-term renters.
All right.
Mrs. Von Villis.
Yeah, I did some work on.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I did some work on the weekend having to do with the short-term rentals. I was very interested in the assessed value of all of those short-term rentals. So I spent the better part of the day on Saturday collecting that information from the tax rolls. But so when we're looking at short-term rentals as a commercial property, we're looking at a variety of things. Just as an example, there were some that the assessed value, I'm looking at it right now on the sheet that I collected, the spreadsheet, where one of them is the assessed value of the property is $219,700. And below that, probably about 10 spaces below that, is a property that's valued at $3,996,700, almost $4 million. So we're looking at a difference in assessed value of 200,000 as opposed to 4 million. And one of the things that I'm a little concerned about is that we have people that are using the rentals as commercially, but it's in effect helping their income. I mean, their basic income is low enough. On the other hand, we're looking at people that are making a fortune by owning a huge piece of property. It seems to me that if you own a $4 million property, you ought to be willing to pay something in terms of your usage of it, maybe tax-wise. So all I'm suggesting is that as we look at whatever it is that we're looking at in terms of short-term rentals or commercial, things that are used commercially, that we should also be considering whether or not they're income-based. And I know it complicates the issue, but nevertheless, I don't want to take money out of the pocket of somebody who is basically counting on a small amount of money because they have a small, relatively low-valued property, as opposed to somebody who's making a fortune. So just tuck that away as something as you go into this discussion of commercial taxation and so forth, that's a piece of it as well.
Yes, thank you. And I agree with you. I think that certainly was on my mind. You don't know, who's making what, but I'm not sure that's the point. The point is that if you're operating a business in a residential area, that's not right. And if you are going to do that, and it is going to be allowed, or it has been allowed, then, you know, you should pay your fair share. I mean, that's my opinion, whether it goes through or not. I mean, but, you know, certainly open, it's open to discussion, and you brought up some good points. Thank you. Any other councilors want to make any comments? Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, acting as president. My question, I think, is, we're just discussing this, right? Legally, this has got to have huge ramifications. I can begin to think how you would try to implement something like this. I know we're trying to separate the two issues.
Yep.
Short-term rentals versus the taxation thing. But think about Sarah's idea of the room tax. And maybe if we tweak that a little bit, not just to be a flat rate, or no, I believe she said a percentage. So if the house on, you know, Easton's Point is getting a, you know, let's just say $1,000 a night, and the house next to me is getting $100 a night, 5% at least is hitting the Easton's Point guy that's making, you know, if he's doing it all summer, he's paying a higher percentage, and it's not necessarily trying to change his tax rate, which then you get into the commercial versus residential. I mean, maybe that's why Marissa's here. I don't know. Or are they just waiting for us to figure out what we want to do and then see if it's legal?
That's a great question. Go ahead.
I'm done. That's just.
Okay. We do have a number of people. Mrs. Von Villis, go ahead.
Yeah, there was another piece of information that I collected, just to give again something to think about. That if in fact you go with from the residential to the commercial rate, for example, if you have a assessed property value of $300,000, the taxes, and I have tax numbers of what the residential would be as opposed to the commercial, it would actually be $1,300 more than it would be at the commercial rate. And if you had a property that was worth $3 million, it would actually increase the taxes by $13,000. So we're talking about, I don't have a problem with people at the high end, because if you own a house at the high end, you should be able to pay the taxes without complaining about it. I do have concerns about people at the lower end whose property, like it says here, $300,000, but their property tax would increase by $1,300. So there's a lot of issues around this that we need to take a look at. What Tom says has value, because that certainly that is income derived. So that seems like a fair way, but just for discussion, I'm not expressing really an opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think then when Sarah brought up that point of 5% occupancy rate, you know, I believe she said that other towns already are doing that. I thought that was a good idea. Certainly, we need to explore that, because otherwise, I'm not sure what the fair way to do it is. And I understand your concern, Mrs. Vaughn, about, you know, the person that is assessed at 300 versus someone who's assessed at 3 million. But whatever we do, if we do anything, it has to be fair all the way around.
Okay. Could I add one other thing as well? I think it makes a difference if someone is renting something like there were people who came and spoke about the fact that when they went on vacation and left town, they rented their place for that short period of time. So maybe somebody is renting for a relatively short period of time, whereas somebody who perhaps lives out of state and is renting their property for a much larger period of time. It does not seem fair to me that they should be treated equally, because it is different. It is different. If you're only making, you know, a little amount of money, and I'm talking about the amount of time that you're able to make the profit, as opposed to, I don't know, 50 or 52 weeks of a year that you could make the profit. That's two different things. It's apples and oranges.
I agree. Sean, I have a question. Is it fair to say, I think we probably need to have George at the next meeting, because I think, is it fair to say that defined or known rental property, are they assessed differently, knowing it's a rental property? Or
I
no?
believe they're only assessed differently if it's over 5 units. I believe there's a threshold. You know, when you become like a Northgate or something like that, then then it is taxed differently. But when it's under a certain number of units, I still believe it's more of a residential. But
Maybe
I'm not the expert, so why don't I have George on the next call?
Okay.
Yep.
That would be great. I mean, maybe that's an idea that goes out there. Maybe if it's defined rental, maybe it's assessed a little bit differently. I don't know. Instead, because if you go straight up, you know, pay commercial tax, and you know you go up $5 or $4.50 per thousand, that's a lot of money to go up. So you know, maybe there's different ways we can look at this fairly. That's fair to everybody. Mrs. Santos.
Yes. With these folks that rent out their homes that they've inherited or they've purchased 12 months of the year, you've got to remember, they have to maintain that property. They have to make sure that the house, the roof is has to be redone, or the shingles and so forth. They are paying the maintenance, even though they may be charging rent. They are renting 12 months of the year. I don't have any rental property, but I'm looking out for people who have rental property 12 months of the year. They have to maintain those houses. And it costs money to maintain a house nowadays. Everybody knows, everybody owns a house. It costs money to maintain. And some of these people who do own homes that rent them out 12 months of the year are elderly citizens. This is just a little bit of extra income that they're getting. And
But we're not talking, again, Mrs. S, we're not, at least to my knowledge, I'm not talking about long-term rentals. We're talking about 6 months and under was what the discussion was.
This says, all residential properties that generate revenue from that residency should be taxed at a commercial tax rate. It doesn't specify.
Well, yeah, you're probably right. It doesn't say that, but I think that's probably what it should say.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, ma'am. So we do have a number of people that would like to speak. We have, and I'm going to do it according to the list I have and the order it was received. We have Mr. John Bagwell. Mr. Bagwell, are you on?
Am I on now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, well, I've enjoyed listening to the discussion, and I have a proposal that would address both the problem of Sarah and Mr. Russell. They would not be taxed under my proposal. And I sent this out on January 27th to the council members.
Yep.
And it focuses basically on the houses that are already registered under the short-term rental. And this is my proposal. Tax at the commercial tax rate a residential property which contains dwelling units. Dwelling units, a bedroom, a private bath, and a kitchen. It's not just a bedroom. With tax, which contains dwelling units which have been or should be registered as short-term rentals. Unless, and this is the key thing, one or more of the dwelling units on the property is occupied by a Middletown residence for whom such dwelling unit is their principal residence. Now, specifically, what does this mean? Well, it means Sarah. Sarah said she goes away for 3 to 4 weeks, and it's her home. Yes, she should be registered on the short-term rental, but this home is her principal residence, so she would not be covered by this. Mr. Rushlow says on his property, he has 3 separate dwelling units. He would not be taxed because he occupies one of the dwelling units as his principal residence. The fact is that my guess is, I haven't looked over all the registries. I've seen some of the list, but most of those and most of the assessments are attributed to those properties where the dwelling unit or the property is owned by somebody who has multiple dwelling units, more than one, and where that person is, and none of those dwelling units is one's primary residence. So I think what I'm proposing would eliminate the problems quoted by Sarah and by Mr. Rushlow. And a couple of things. First of all, as I noted in my reference, we're talking about commercial properties, and they're in competition with hotels and bed and breakfasts. These should be taxed. They are commercial properties. They should be taxed as commercial properties. They're going to raise additional tax revenue from these income producing properties, and it will help. And I think as your memo and as Robert Sylvia's memo says, it will meet one of the objectives of your memo, and that is to assist in financially supporting a healthy Homestead Act program. And so I think, frankly, if you take a close look and think about my memo, it's pretty simple. It basically limits the commercial tax to a majority of those dwelling units that are registered that account for most of the assessed values. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. I think, first of all, what I would do is to have George, I've talked to George Durgan about this, and he agrees it would be very simple to go through the list of the properties that are registered, and as a first cut, identify those properties that are not somebody's primary residence, that are basically used to generate revenue for the owner, that is truly a commercial property.
Okay.
We can do that, and I think it would be useful to get that information at the next meeting.
Okay, Mr. Bagwell, thank you very much as always, sir. Next up we have, and Mr. McPherson, I do see a hand up, but I'm going to go in order of the list I have, and then I'll get to you, okay? Leon Amaron. Leon?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good. Leon Amarant, 60 Island Drive. For this agenda item, I do have a question regarding the wording. I think it echoes Councilwoman Santos's concern here. It's written as all residential properties that generate revenue. That to me indicated all residential properties as it was written. And also I will note that my understanding was the reason that the president recused himself was because of that. Otherwise, he would have also recused himself from the previous agenda item, which only dealt with short-term rentals.
Okay.
So that's just my concern there, and I get it. It may not have been intentional. To Mr. Bagwell's suggestion, I don't think it's prudent to penalize the short-term rentals that are registered and in compliance with the current ordinance, while there are still 150 unregistered rentals in town. I think that's just a punitive damage to people that are following the rules, while it's going to continue to let the people that are breaking the rules off scot-free, penalty-free. I just don't think it's prudent, and I don't think it's fair. Finally, there's a law. I've been kind of perusing things, and I came across Rhode Island General Law 44-5-11.8. There are rules regarding taxing properties at residential properties and what you can and can't do. I would ask that the town look into that prior to making any changes and taxing residential properties at the commercial rate look at the law before you do that. I just think it might open up a can of worms for the town. And finally, if this is considered, there are fees already to register a short-term rental. It's $55 per bedroom to register. Question I have is, will that fee get removed and a commercial tax be put in its place, or will both of those fees, taxes, so to speak, still be enforced? And then finally, one last question. You're taxing properties, disposal to tax properties, residential properties at the commercial tax rate, would those properties be able to use their homes and other commercial endeavors, office space, doing other commercial ventures within those homes, since they are paying the commercial tax rate? That's all, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Leon. Okay, Sarah Miner.
Hello?
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I had similar questions that Leon also had, but one thing that hasn't been brought up yet is I'm just trying to imagine the logistical challenges that may fall upon the town if a property is designated commercial one year and then let's say the next year they all don't rent. And so now they shouldn't be commercial anymore. So they're going to be moving from commercial to residential and back. And I mean, there's going to be an awful lot of movement because it is a very fluid environment out there with rentals. So I'm just imagining how going down the road a few years, this would be effectively managed. And it may be difficult for someone that, let's say, buys something that was designated as commercial, then the people have given up the rental business, moved on, and a new person comes along and buys it. Does it then get rezoned? So that's something I think we want to look at. And one other point that wasn't made already is that all revenue producing activity from a designated short-term rental. So does that mean that a home that's in a residential area and generates quite a bit of income a different way other than renting, but is still in a residential area, would those homes also be considered? So for example, although it's not really the generation of myself or most of the council members, you've got people making a lot of money online, whether it be Etsy, eBay, bloggers, YouTubes, gamers. Those people are running businesses by doing all of that online activity. So how do we differentiate fairly between income being brought in there versus something from a rental?
Right.
And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
That's a great point, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, David Brigham. Dave? What's that, Karen? David, could you raise your hand so we can bring you in? Dave Brigham? You got him? There you go. Yep, just muted. You're muted.
On mute. Okay. How about now? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Dave. How you doing?
Hey, good. And thanks for being here. This is my first town council. I really appreciate what you guys do. You know?
Well, welcome.
Yeah. So I'm a longtime military guy. I purchased a home on 48 Warren Avenue in 2005. And so, and it's a long-term rental now. I did experiment with the short-term rental. I could not handle it. And so I guess my concern would be, you know, depending on the significance of the tax, you know, I really couldn't afford to maintain that property we purchased originally to go back there eventually. And I don't know if your grandfather, I can't say whether it's just or unfair. This is the first time, you know, I've gone through this, but, you know, when people purchase a property, you know, they kind of forecast, you know, what they're going to get for rental, rent, et cetera. And depending on the significance of the tax, that would be a pretty significant blow. And, you know, I don't know how many folks you guys deal with that are military, that are, you know, stationed elsewhere until they finish up. But that's my perspective from here. Really appreciate you guys letting me share tonight.
Mr. Brigham, may we have your address, please?
48.
He said it.
What is it, please?
48 Warren Avenue.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks again, guys.
Thank you, David. Okay, Olga Progressa. Olga?
Hi again.
Hi, Olga.
I hope I'm not going to get in trouble for this. I think my question was for number 8. I just quickly would like to know, is there someone currently at the town, employed by the town, that a short-term renter could call? I'm, and say, could you answer this question for me? I'm trying to follow the rules. And I've had a lot of frustration with that, and I just wondered, is there someone who is appointed? I mean, I hate bothering. I get very, very upset because I feel like I'm bothering these people, that they don't know the answers, and I wish I knew who I should be calling. Is there someone that can answer simple questions that I don't know the answer to at the
Okay.
town?
Okay. Sean?
You could call the town clerk's office, the building inspector's office, or my office.
I have, and I have not received any phone calls back, and this is kind of an ongoing issue for 2 weeks. And I feel like I'm asking questions that they really don't have the answers to. And
I would just call my office tomorrow.
thank you, Sean. Thank you
My
very
pleasure.
much. You can
Nope.
count on it.
I look forward to talking to you.
And Olga,
Thank you. Have a good
and-
night, guys.
Thank you,
so
Olga.
much.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ed McPherson. Ed?
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing, Ed?
Great, I'm doing well. This is Edward McPherson. I live at 93 Maple Ave here in Middletown. And I wanted to share a perspective from I own and manage a rental here. We have a multifamily and two-family. And I think one perspective from the manager is that there's a feeling like we're already paying a significant amount in taxes. I did some quick math, and my property taxes are one thing, but then last year I paid about twice that amount in sales tax and hotel motel taxes. So, I think, and I get it, they go to different places, a lot of that's going up to the state. But as economies change and the mix changes, I think the owners and operators, we feel like we're bringing vibrancy into the community, we're expanding the tax base. And maybe one of the issues is that a lot of that money is just going up to the state. And there could be a conversation about maybe economies have changed and we need to have a conversation with the state that the impacts of the new economy are more on the local communities. Like, I juxtapose my experience with a neighbor who has a vacation home here, lives in upstate New York. He spends like 15 days a year here. And so his property is just vacant. And it's not a blight, it looks great, but it's really not doing anything for the community either. He's not generating any sales tax, not helping out any local businesses. So it's kind of just things have just changed. And I think that's a perspective too. And that's it. I appreciate you guys.
Okay, Ed, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in. Okay, is there any other counselors that like to make any additional comments? Oh, Mike Flynn has his hand up. Sorry, Mike, I didn't see that. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. I did put in to talk on both these issues. So Mike Flynn, 34 Warren Ave in Middletown, Rhode Island. So initially, I just had 4 points to make, but listening to this discussion, I'm going to make a few more. Number one, I'm shocked that you said at the beginning, Paul, that it didn't apply to long-term rentals, because essentially, like Mrs. Santos said, and thank you for clarifying, that clearly says all residential properties that generate revenue from that residency. That's why everybody's on this call. You've kicked a hornet's nest there, I think, number one. Number two, let me just finish, Paul, so I don't want to go over.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mrs. Von Villis, I respectfully resent the fact that you think that people that own higher value property should pay higher taxes, but thanks a lot for that. That pits people against people. That was my second thought. But now I'll go to my first four thoughts. So this concept is just targeting a small group of people to pay taxes for other people, right? You're saying, oh, you guys, we need a homestead act, so we're going to take it from those people who are a very small number in your town, number one. Number two, it's a 32.3% tax increase if you go from 1376 to 1821 per thousand. That's a lot of money. Number three, it changes the rules in the middle of the game. Like Mr. Brigham said, we purchased our houses and financed them with the banks with our rental income and expenses already factored into our ability to pay our mortgages. It's not like we're, laughing all the way to the bank. We're paying mortgages. We're people who live here and work here. And, we provide a vibrant community, and it just seems wrong to me to penalize that. And number 4, there are unintended consequences to something like this. You do, if you did what was in that memo, it wouldn't surprise me if someone like me or some of the other people in town said, forget this, I'll sell this place and go live someplace else that's more friendly. So those are my points. And I didn't mean to be hostile there. It irritated me when I first heard it. I was like, well, I wouldn't even have spoken if you worded it differently. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so, thanks, Mike. So, I think, I had I had a bunch of phone calls this week, probably, I shouldn't say a bunch, probably about 5 or 6. And that's usually a lot for me that I would get. And certainly these 2 issues drawn a lot of attention from residents. And I'll share one of the conversations I had with the resident, and he said, Paul, he said, I've known you a long time, and I've always supported you. He always put it in there, I always supported you, which I'm grateful for. He said, but he said, if this thing passes, he said, I'd go back to long-term rentals. Because on the flip side of this, that what we're not hearing is there's emails we've received today and in the past week about this, and as part of our docket is an informational letter from a couple with their struggles, just trying to afford to be able to afford here. And what they're saying is, and I'm not saying it's all short-term rental issues, but it's certainly, I think one of the cons to it, in my own opinion, is that, the people come in and they buy property and they pay outrageous prices for it, and it's driving up the housing market, and a lot of these neighborhoods are going dark. So, that affects schools, that affects, revenues. So, it affects affordability. So in one hand, the council's constantly talking about affordable housing. And on the other hand, we're talking about short-term rental. So where is that balance? Because they go hand in hand a little bit, just in my opinion. So I think that's something we need to try and figure out the best we can. Mike, as far as what Mrs. Santos brought up, it does say that. I was thinking more of, certainly of, I know in my neighborhood, there's a resident's been running a business out of there for years, flat out business. And I'm sure a lot of neighborhoods have those. That's more what it was intended for. So didn't mean to kick up the hornet's nest. Sometimes they tend to be good at that unintentionally, but that wasn't what is it intended for. So, but everyone brought up some good points. Sean, I'd like to see if we can have George on board next meeting. Let's continue to discuss it and see where it goes or it doesn't go. I think that's what it's all about is fairness and transparency and what's best for the town as a whole. So we do have Mr. Bagwell wants to speak again. So Mr. Bagwell, if we could keep it as short as possible, sir. Mr. Bagwell. You're muted, Mr. Bagwell. Mr. Bagwell, you're still muted, sir.
Sorry. All right. What I'm saying, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Keep it short. There's nothing inherently wrong about a short-term rental any more than there is with a liquor store. But you have a limit on the number of liquor stores or liquor licenses. You can have the same thing on short-term rentals, something to think about. And the second point is, one way to encourage people who haven't registered, give them X number of months or weeks or something to register. And if they don't, they lose that privilege. That'll certainly get people to register. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Welch brought that up earlier. I think that we certainly need to take a hard stance with folks that aren't compliant as far as the enforcement piece goes. So
By the way, this Zoom format really is outstanding. You know, it's so much, frankly, better than just sitting in a town hall. It really
Well,
is.
we actually miss seeing you, so.
I mean, it really is terrific.
I think it gives people a more of a comfort level to get on and speak, and you get better ideas and more ideas, and you hear from more people, because a lot of people for us, it's second nature. But for a lot of people to come up in front of the council and stand there at the podium when you're on camera, there's some discomfort to that, you know?
Oh, I understand. No, I just thought I'd throw that out as a as a bonus of the of this arrangement. Zoom meetings are
Right.
pretty good.
Right.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. So, so we'll continue to discuss this next meeting, along with number 8 again. And Sean, if we could have George here, that'd be fantastic, okay? Any other councils like to make any comments? Okay, at the beginning of this, we made a motion, a second to receive this. We never really did vote on that, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we'll move on to the next item, and Bob should be back for that one, and Terry and Dennis.
Good night,
And
everyone.
Peter.
Thank you.
Can't leave you out, Pete. Marissa, thank you.
Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're back on item number 10. Now, item number 10 is something we've talked about a few times. And basically tonight, in fact, Councilor Flynn and Councilor Von Villas looked over the list that was put together. We have sort of an agreed upon batting order we put in here, nothing that we have to follow, but I think it's something that gives us an outline of what direction we want to go in. So confirmation of and timeline of top priority items projects.
Motion received. Motion to confirm said projects as follows.
10. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're on top of it. I like it. Number 1, housing. Number 2, education. Number 3, finances / taxes. Number 4, West Main Road development. Number 5, short-term rentals. And number 6, water issues. As far as the short-term rental items that will be or have been addressed are short-term items, rather, not short-term rentals, short-term items. Reinstate the public forum. Number 1. Number 2, planning board should be acted on immediately. And number 3, improve applications for planning and zoning by adding additional question to the application. Would anyone like to add anything, to add something to either list?
Councilor Flynn, unmute.
So what is the motion for exactly?
Just kind of just puts us in a frame so that this is like an agreed upon, these are the things that we think are priorities. Not that something else couldn't pop up tomorrow of a greater priority, but things we'd like to work on as soon as we could. Vice President.
So Bob, I think, so to my knowledge, that these are the order I read them off in. Priority was the order that they ranked.
Yes.
You know, the number of councils, like affordable housing, housing came in number 1 and then education, and then finance, taxes, and West Main development, and short-term rentals and water issues. Those are the ones that they ranked based upon the number of councils that brought them up.
That's correct. Councilor Flynn.
So I guess I would ask Councilor Von Villas to explain, based on this sheet, where the taxes finances came from, and when short-term rentals was clearly mentioned 3 times clearly, 4 times because it fell underneath my ordinances. But it was mentioned 3 times. She only had it down twice. So, you know, if these are the rankings and you're basing it on this sheet, I don't know why so short-term rentals, Tom mentioned it, Councilor Von Villas mentioned it, Councilor Sylvia mentioned it, and I mentioned it under ordinances. during the discussion. That's where, you know, they were truncated here, but it still made it 3 times. And I don't understand the finances taxes one. So I can let,
Councilor Flynn, if I may, you can make a motion right now, we can change it. But I just want everybody to understand, we're not knocking them off one at a time. As you can see, we're trying to just concentrate on a group of them that we want to concentrate on. We might knock off number 6 before we knock off number 1. We talked about number 1 tonight already for senior housing, okay? But that's not all of it. We talked also about, you know, family housing. We talked about lower income housing for everybody. But there's a number of things. But you can make a motion right now, and I think that would help us. Make a motion. We'll change the list around, and let's get going.
I don't think that the list should be a ranked list, I guess, is what it comes down to, as Councilor Rodrick was expounding upon. And maybe it was supposed to be, maybe it wasn't. I think that, you know, I'm hearing 2 different versions of the list. One is just, it's a grouping of things that are important to the council that we've agreed on. And the other is that this is a ranked list. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. So the former is more, I think, reflective of the two, so we're not in the weeds. But I did want to ask Councilor Rodrick in the motion, because I don't have that in front of me. It would help if it was in writing, because it was so long and it had so many parts. But so maybe you could read it again.
Sure. And I just want to, just in my own understanding of it, councilors, is the fact was that, you know, that was the reason of doing it, was, you know, to figure out, you know, what the top priorities based on the majority of the council. So, you know, and I know there was some misunderstanding with Terry, as you're saying, with the proper wording and whether it's short-term or finances. I think finances, taxes, by the list I have, it looks like it was kind of, you know, put together between tax incentives and tax and affordability. So that's my understanding of it. And I saw your memo after at the bottom of that, ranking it. And I actually went and ranked it myself to make sure that was accurate. And I saw short-term come up 3 times, not 2. So, but, you know, that's why I read it off like that, because that's how they were ranked. Whether you want to rank them or not, that's up to the discretion of the council. So I will read them again. Housing, education, finance/taxes, West Main Road development, short-term rentals, water issues. And then the short-term items that will be or have been addressed are the reinstate the public forum, planning board should act immediately, be acted on immediately. And number 3, Mrs. Von Villas's was, the short-term item was improve application for planning and zoning by adding additional questions to the application.
Thank you.
So that it was fairer for the applicants that were sitting in the audience, listening to the answers from the other ones.
Yeah.
Okay, is everybody satisfied? We're in direction with this now? Okay. All right, item number 11, Vice President.
Just real quick, I just want to make sure that, are they ranked or not ranked? It doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure everyone has a clear understanding of it.
Councilor Von Villas.
Yeah, I thought the purpose of this exercise was to get us moving and to identify what the council as a whole felt were the most important issues. Sorry, excuse me. Identifying them, because I know there was some feeling that we didn't make as much progress in recent years as we should have. And so by getting our conversation together and identifying what we felt was important and ranking them to a certain extent, we could then address those things that we felt were most important and get them off our plate. It doesn't seem to me that there's any profit, if you will, in continuing to talk about things and never accomplishing anything. So I think the purpose of this exercise, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of this exercise was to identify what the council as a whole felt were the most important issues so that we could address those and actually get some things done.
I believe we have. I believe collectively, they're all there. Unless we're missing some that somebody wants to add to it. Other from that, I think we should just move on. We know what we want to accomplish. I think we have a good feel for what we want to accomplish. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Item number 11.
You're muted, Bob.
Okay. We, motion to confirm that we're gonna, go head off with these projects as noted. Do I have a second? Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 11, memorandum of Council Von Villas, RE, high school unification.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Council Von Villas.
Yes, I brought this forward because it seemed to me that it was important to do something about it now. And if you look on your screens, what you have is a PowerPoint that focuses on the main issues. When we talk about high school unification, it's not about buildings. And if you please note, I'm not using the word regionalization. I'm using the words high school unification because from my perspective, that's where the most important focus should be. It's not about buildings, it's about kids. Next slide. I think it's important to look at the history. The public doesn't really know, I think, the history, putting it together. We know that this has been going on for 10 years, for goodness sakes. And it actually did get to be a referendum in 2014. If you look at the results of that referendum, you see that the numbers were pretty close. So that's even in 2014, little more than half the voters opposed it, while almost half the voters approved. So it was pretty close even then. I think it's important to look at the enrollment data, okay? In 1990, and by the way, interestingly enough, I believe 6 of the people who are actually participating in this this particular Zoom meeting were experienced those numbers in those years. But in 1990, Rogers High School had approximately 1,200 students. And Middletown High School also had approximately 1,200 students. And now in 2020, what you have is 600, a little over 600 in each school. So instead of having 2 schools with each having 1,200, we now have 2 schools with 600 each, a total of 12. I wanted to walk you through the advocacy efforts that took place in recent years. In 2019, of course, the Newport officials, if you remember, they came and requested discussion of the council, and the request was denied. And then in January to May of 2020, there was the petition drive. 10% of the voters actually signed petitions. And then in June 22nd, 2020, the petition was brought forward, but it was rejected based on the legal technicality that it was presented as an ordinance, but it should have been a resolution. So the council said no. Next slide. At the same meeting, a motion was made to approve joint discussions with Newport in a study committee focused on potential school regionalization. And this is a direct quote coming from the motion in consideration of it being ethical and honorable at this time to recognize that almost 1,200 voters petitioned the town council to form a study committee for discussion with Newport. Not only did the petition fail, but also the motion failed. On December 14th, just last month, a motion was made to propose discussions with Newport regarding high school unification. The motion failed on a vote of 2-2. How did that happen? Well, only 4 counselors voted, meaning that 2 counselors made a monumental negative decision for the education of the future high school students of the more than 15,000 residents of Middletown. It's not about the buildings. It's about the children. It's our responsibility to provide the quality and quantity of educational opportunities necessary to adequately prepare all the students in our communities for success. It is no longer enough to provide the basics. We must provide not only for the needs of the college bound, but also for those who will serve all the sectors across the economy. Going forward, there's your school enrollment. Middletown High School, 600. Unification means double the opportunities for all the students. So I'm bringing forward a motion. I'm proposing the following motion: that a special election be conducted in June 2021 to determine if Middletown voters support unification of the high schools in Middletown and Newport, with an amendment to Title 16 legislation that specifies equal representation of both parties, the resulting agreement to be approved by the voters. So that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second? I'll second the motion. Oh, Councilor Welch second the motion. We have a couple residents that want to speak. And I'm going to open it up for conversation to the councilors. We have a motion that's been seconded. We have Lawrence Frank. Lawrence, you want to speak?
Thank you. I am in full support of Dr.
Name
Von
and
Vill's.
address, Lawrence.
I'm sorry, Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown. I am in full support of Dr. Von Villas's motion regarding high school unification. The Keystone Report regarding the construction of affordable housing on the site of the Peckham School, which was presented earlier, contains information that highlights the need for school unification. From the report, Roman numeral page 5, quote, the population of Middletown is expected to increase by 0.4% between 2020 and 2025. From the report, numeral page 7, the town of Middletown experienced a percentage increase in population from 2010 to 2020, which is lower than that of the county or the state. For the period from 2020 to 2025, it is forecast that the percentage population growth in the town will be below that of the county and the state. Household growth in Middletown trailed the growth rate of the county and the state growth rates for the time period 2010 to 2020, and is forecast that town household growth rate will be below that of state and county through 2025. There has not been significant change in household size from 2010 to 2020, and the average household size is projected to decrease by 2025. From the report, numeral page 9, the population in the age category 65 to 74 increased from 2010 to 2020 and is expected to increase from 2020 to 2025. The median age increase from 2010 to 2020, similar trends are projected through 2025. Here's what I take away from this. The population of Middletown is and will remain stagnant for the foreseeable future. Household growth is restricted. Household size is shrinking. The average age of Middletown citizens is increasing. As family size continues to decline, the number of children of school age will decline as well. Household growth defined as the number of residences occupied by year-round residents, will decline, as we have witnessed many single-family homes now are owned by out-of-state second home owners. Middletown schools already have a declining enrollment. This confirms that this will continue. How much more of a decline in student population, not to mention reported unacceptable test scores, is the town council ready to accept? School unification is an imperative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Anton Viveras. Anton? Anton Viveras?
There, but he's muted.
Anton, we see you. Can you unmute yourself?
There you go.
Anton, are you there?
Yes. Mr.
Okay,
President.
speak up, name and address.
Thank you. Anton Viveras, 1 Admiralty Drive, Middletown. You know, my concern has always been about the student and the taxpayers of Middletown. Council Von Villa states that we've been discussing this since 2000. Did put together an exploratory committee in which Councilor Von Villas chaired, and representatives from other regional districts came, and basically they said, if you're doing this to save money, don't bother. Now, the fact of regionalization, research studies show small schools are better. It is rare that a community has the opportunity to select between large and small school models, such decision should be made with the best possible understanding of the educational and social implications for the student whose lives will be affected. Research studies show smaller is better. 4 advantages of small schools, why small schools do so much more than improve test scores. 1, students at small schools develop strong relationships with their peers and their teachers. 2, small schools are able to tailor instructions to meet the needs of individual students. 3, teachers at small schools report higher levels of job satisfaction. 4, small schools foster citizenship, leadership, and social emotional skills. These are things I haven't heard anybody supporting this say. Quality of curriculum. Some educators argue that large schools are advantageous because they offer a broader curriculum. Researchers have found that doubling enrollment produces only 17% increase in the variety of offerings, and that only 5 to 12% of the students avail themselves of the extra courses. Similarly, 5 of 6 students report that smaller schools were just as effective as larger ones in preparing students for college education. Let's talk about the law. Title 16, Education, Chapter 16-3, Establishment of Regional School District. Call it what you want, it's a regional school district. It requires 3 requires that purchase gifts or other means of transfer or by condemnation land and improvements within the district as site for a school or schools. To acquire also by the method of rights of ways and other
Anton, your time's up. I'm going to give you about 15 seconds. Please wrap it up.
15 seconds. Upon the filing of the description plat of and statement of the land shall be vested and in fee simple in the regional school district, notwithstanding any other land taken.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Thank you
Now,
for
this is,
taking it.
this,
President,
Councilor Toronto.
is there any way you can give him more time? Can I request more time? I'd like to hear more what he has to say.
Let me put that to a request of the council, because just remember something, Councilor Toronto. You do it for one, you do it for everybody.
That's not, I don't understand that. What do you mean?
You don't understand that.
I wanted to hear.
We had 10 or 12 people that.
If another resident wanted to hear, if another council member wanted to hear more from a particular speaker, I would vote and let them hear more information. So I'm requesting that Anton has more time to say what he's going to say.
How much time you want to give him?
Give him another, what does he need? Ask him how much more time does he need to wrap up?
You're losing the point here, Councilor Toronto. The point is that they know how much time they have, and I already extended him some time. If we extend time to Anton Viveras tonight, then be ready to extend time to every other person going forward. So when you have 10 or 12 people and they all want to talk longer, they're all going to talk longer.
So how much time do they have?
3 minutes.
And when did that change from 5 minutes? And who made that change?
It's been 3 minutes for the last several meetings.
Oh, well, I'm just curious. I was kind of curious then. How did it go from 3 minutes?
Well, you should have asked the question then.
I just asked it.
Okay.
How did it go from 3 minutes?
Anton, are you still there?
I thought it went to 3 minutes when we went to Zoom meetings.
Exactly.
I'm here.
That's what it did.
Anton, I want to give you a couple more minutes at the request of Councilor Toronto. But let's get to the point.
Okay,
Go
when the
ahead.
when the school district files to take somebody's land to eminent domain,
Yeah.
okay, they can immediately take possession of the land without any process of law required by statute or common law, and remove any and all buildings, properties, and other impediments, and occupy, use, and improve the land for the purpose that they've taken it for, notwithstanding any other provisions of law. So,
Okay,
and
go ahead.
and if they can exceed, now, the way I understand it, town can only go into debt no more than 3% of its assessed value. But a school district can go into debt up to 10% of the value of the property in that district. And if they exceed that by no more than 50%, that's still fine. This law's got to be changed. And so far, this council on a whole has done their job in protecting the people and the children of this town. And I urge them to continue to vote no for this ratification until the law is changed.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President, for letting him finish up what he had to say. You know, he is a standing ex-town council member, which I do value his opinion. So thank you for letting him finish what he had to say.
Okay. Any councilors want to weigh in on this? Councilor Flynn?
I'd like to know if anybody else from the public is wanting to speak on this issue.
The only people that notified us was former Councilor Viveras and Lawrence Frank.
Okay, so I have a couple questions and then I have some comments. So do we know how much a special election costs?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyone have any experience with that, Mr. Brown or?
I think, does Wendy know?
It probably costs $5,000 to $8,000 for what I'm being told.
5,000 to 8,000
Mm-hmm.
for an entire special election? Okay. I would want, I would want that confirmed before I actually voted. So Councillor Von Villas, I see that you've collected some pretty extensive curriculum data, and we reiterated some of the facts that we've of our recent past with this. Do you have anything else? Any other data points, documentation?
Councilor Von Villas?
Sure, I can talk about regional schools, regional districts, and whatever from personal experience. I was an administrator in 4 regional schools of various sizes. The smallest one was 300 students, and the biggest one now it's the largest regional district in Massachusetts. It now has 2,000 at the high school. So I'm pretty familiar with how regionalization works when you bring students together and what's available. The fact of the matter is, and I can speak very strongly about Wachusett in Massachusetts, because its record is wonderful in terms of the performance of its students. But that's just personal experience, and I wouldn't expect you to go to the bank with my personal experience. What I will tell you is that I've had some conversations already with some people, and perhaps it's what you would want to know. I've spoken to Senator DePalma. He has promised his support. He also said that the General Assembly would pass an amendment specific to Middletown and Newport if it was mutually requested. 2 politically connected, and I'm not going to give names because they're confidential, but 2 politically connected Newporters told me they will take a wait and see attitude. I was also told that if the referendum passes in June, Newport, and this is a quotation, will feel obligated to open the doors to discussion. And everyone seems to have forgotten that I made a presentation on January 23rd in 2020 to the school committee, after some town council members said we had not talked to them. I spoke with Kelly DeSimone, and she said that the school committee did not act because they regarded it as a municipal decision. However, she said, she herself supports unification. So I can answer any kind of questions that you would like to ask, but I think at this point, what we have to remember is that it's about the kids. And when I look at the faces of some of the people that are sitting here and know that they went to a school with 1,200 students in it, and now they're sending kids to a school with 600, and they know what a school with 1,200 students looks like and can offer to kids, I don't see how they could support anything other than what I'm asking.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flynn, I confirmed with the clerk, who guarantees me it will not be in excess of 8,000. It'd be anywhere between 5,000 and 8,000 at the very top. Okay.
Okay. So given that data point, I'm hearing what you're saying, Councillor Von Villas. You've got some personal experience. There are other places that are experiencing success. You have some political pathways, but that's not giving me data that's proving to me that this is going to benefit Middletown students. So, everyone can go and see mine and every other Middletown candidate's position on the unification issue. It's on the Citizens Exploring School Unification website at cesu.news. They did a great job getting everyone's perspective. So I'm not going to restate my entire dialogue, but I'm going to point out that what the CSU survey posted was one question. It said, do you support an updated study of school regionalization between Newport and Middletown? I said, yes, I do favor an updated study. And I said, with considerations. And I still favor a study because I'm not getting data. I'm getting piecemeal things. I've been very consistent in my support for more information. My position on the 2 main barriers to regionalization or unification for Middletown and Rhode Island generally haven't changed. Title 16, which you heard some of the elements that would offer much concern to most residents, I would think. And then the Rhode Island Constitution, which does not make education a right for its citizens. Those are the two main barriers there at the legislative level, at the state level. More must be done to identify the challenges and opportunities of unification and the best way for the community to move forward, confirming them and then addressing them. So this motion, I'm really frustrated to say, identifies one potential challenge, just one, the representation based on population versus equal representation, and one benefit, just one potential benefit, curriculum expansion. The other issues with Title 16, as have been mentioned, land ownership, eminent domain, state of Rhode Island control, lack of recourse to the town. All the detriments nor all the opportunities have been identified to prove benefit to Middletown students. I don't know why this hasn't been done by our legislators, CESU, the counselors chasing this goal. That's what should be going on, some actual exploring of school unification. And now we have an educational environment that's flexing and pivoting and changing daily. I don't even know if we're going to know what education is going to look like down the road. I am really frustrated because this has been going on since 2011. I looked up on Clerkbase and there's actually a resolution in 2011, resolution number 5, that addresses some of the issues to look at before Middletown should look at regionalization. So what has everyone been doing the last 6 to 9+ years? I'm looking for very big data on a very big issue, and I'm not seeing any. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilor Von Villis.
Yes, I think the point is that bringing it to the front is going to get the answers to your questions, Councilor Flynn. The problem is there's been no impetus. This particular motion is intended to get the ball rolling. It is not a commitment. All it is saying basically that we will discuss. Built into this particular motion is the necessity to bring it back to the voters as to whether or not they will approve it. But what has happened up till now is that all of us have been frustrated by the fact that we have nothing that will allow us to have the discussions that you are asking for. So if you want the answers to those questions, you've got to give us the opportunity to find those answers. This is not a motion that locks anything in place. This is a motion that allows the exploration to take place with possible a proposal that would go to the voters again. So why would this council stand in the way of possibilities for the young people of this community so that they could find out the information that they need? Why would you stand in their way?
Vice President.
So I hope I don't rile you up anymore, Mrs. Von Villis, but you and I, with all the respect I have for you, you and I have always been I've been on the other end of this argument. What I can't believe is that we're talking about this again a month and a half later. I mean, I don't know how many times a thing can be on a docket in a year. That, to me, I just, when I saw it on there, I had to call Bob and go, am I seeing right? I just can't believe we're talking about this again. So that frustrates me. Having said that, one of the points you said was, two councilors made a monumental decision not in favor of the children of Middletown. I think that stinks by saying that, only because, we're allowed to make our own decisions based upon the facts we have or what we know or what we feel about a particular item. And I look at it like I made a monumental decision to protect the residents and the children of this town from Article 16. Article 16 is, Mr. Viveris, I know he goes on and on and on about it, but he's right about Article 16. And that's been my thing. One of the things that bother me about this is it's dangerous. And I've said it, I don't know how many times, every time this comes up, that I'm certainly not putting Middletown's financial future in non-Middletown non-residents of Middletown's hands. You can say you can have equal representation, and that might be a nice way to try and get people to vote for it, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, if you have equal representation, you get 3 people from one town and 3 people from another, and, you know, how's that fair? That's why we have 7 people, an odd number on a council, or 5 people on a school committee. Having said that, there are no facts. I can't imagine voting for a motion that's going to have to go out to vote to the residents to see if we want to move forward or not. We've done that. We've done that. It goes all the way back to 2010 or 2009 or whatever year it was, where yourself, Mr. Adams, and whoever else was on the committee went to 4 or 5 different communities and they all said no. And then we put it out to the voters anyway at some point in time in 2016, 14, and the voters said no. Whether it's by 1 or whether it's by 1,000, they said no. The other issue that I see is that there's no facts, there's no what it's going to cost. And I know you said it's non-binding, but that's serious to go out, to ask for a motion to go out to vote. I mean, that's what we're here for. Whether we agree or we respectfully disagree, that's what we're charged to do. You know, I get the fact that the petition was 10% of the voters. I get the fact that it was tossed out on a technicality. I get the fact that last meeting, there was 6 councils on and 2 of them didn't vote. I don't know if it was video or whatever the issue is, but there's no facts. So let's go out to explore this, voters, but we can't give you any facts as to what it's going to cost, what the long-term costs are going to be for Middletown. And I know that's probably not your intention, and you're saying, well, we got to do that to get the facts. There's plenty of facts of people that have, communities that have regionalized before. Plenty of them. You cited it. And my last point is this. My last point is that, and this isn't a shot at the school administration, it's not a shot at our teachers, they all work hard. It's, I believe it's the state where they're, instead of, if they would just educate the children of this state and our community, instead of trying to teach them to pass a test so that they can be ranked, I think we'd be a lot further ahead. I think kids would be better educated, and you know, I'm all for sharing, services. Why can't we share like we do with the VOTEC in Newport, and maybe Portsmouth share classes like that? We all saw what it would cost. I think it was going to cost us 20 million or 30 million more right from the get-go to unify. I'm not sure we can afford to do that. And you may say, well, maybe we can't afford not to do that. And I respect that, but I respectfully disagree. So I can't even believe we're just talking about this again. And I would never support anything going out to the voters. You want me to support it? Get Article 16 changed first. Article 16 is dangerous. Get it changed first, and then I would certainly reconsider. Thank you.
Councilor Von Villis?
You cannot change something just because you want to change it. You have to change it because people want it. And in the case, as Senator DePalma has said, in the case of Title 16, what you have to have is a mutual request from the communities that are involved. So that's what you've just proposed is impossible. Secondly, I don't understand why you would again get in the way of 15,000 more, I guess there's 16,000 residents of this community expressing their opinion in some way, even if there are only however many voters, expressing their opinion about their children. Haven't you had enough of being responsible for being in the way of people without giving them a chance? This is what's happening. You are basically just blocking their way of having an opportunity. If I will tell you, because remember, I've got 50 years worth of experience in this field, okay? You're talking about somebody who knows what they're talking about and knows that it makes a difference with kids what you offer them in terms of opportunity. It makes a difference if you give the education to the college bound and you do not give the proper education to the tradespeople who, by the way, are keeping your house with electricity and your car running and all of those things that take place that you need those skills for. So when you don't provide those for the students, then you're not providing it for the community. And how you would get in the way of these people so that they have the possibilities to learn about those things, I truly do not understand. All we're asking for is to let the voters speak, the voters themselves speak, instead of making a decision for them here without giving them a chance to speak for themselves. Shame on you.
Council Welch, did you want to speak before?
Yes, I would, Mr. President. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that, Bob.
Vice President.
Sorry, Mr. Welch.
Okay.
Thank you for your flexibility. I don't think, I'm not shamed at all, Mrs. Von Villis, to be honest with you. I think we didn't get in the way of it. We put it out, it went out to the voters. So that argument doesn't hold any water with me. Getting in the way. 15,000 people don't have children in the town. In case you may be a good educator, but maybe you need to take a good look at the numbers and what it's going to cost, and not be so narrow-sighted on getting what you want. That's what should be shameful.
Council Welch.
Thank you. So my thoughts are this. I went to that high school when there was almost 1,200 kids, and my kids went there probably in the between 1,200 and the 600 that are there now. And I can tell you that the classes that are no longer there were important to me, and I saw in my own children. I believe what Mrs. Von Villis is saying, that the curriculum is geared towards those kids that want to go to college. And that's not right. I don't necessarily agree with the whole curriculum. I won't get into that. But the fact that there's VOTEC at Rogers is a good thing. But in order to take advantage of VOTEC, I pretty much got to go into high school and decide that I want to be an automotive mechanic to enroll in that program. I can't take one class, metal shop or home ec or sewing or consumer ed or all those classes that are gone. So I think that I would want to say, I read this motion and it doesn't lock us into a thing. I understand that, and I don't know Title 16 as well as the rest of you. I've looked at it. It was pretty daunting. I didn't get through the whole thing. I hear the reservations, but I don't see anything in that motion that locks us into a thing. So if Mrs. Von Villis is saying that this is the path forward, and in order to get the answers that we seek, we need to at least get this far. Hey, if it's $8,000 and there were 10,000 people and I was one or 10% of the voters that said, the petition that failed, I signed that. I would sign it again today. And if it's $8,000 to have an election to let the people speak, then let it be over with. And if you get enough of the voters to say yes, then Mrs. Von Villis is on the hot seat to make Title 16 change. And if it doesn't, voters say no. So I will support you, Mr. Von Villis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn. You're muted, Councilor.
Thank you. Sorry about that again. Councilor Von Villis, is simply, in my opinion, not making a logical case that is data driven. It seems more like an emotional appeal with no evidence to support it, at least not the amount of evidence we would need to take this step that is being proposed. So as at this point, I'm not going to support it. I think if we want to balance the curriculum, there's a multitude of ways to do that for Councilor Welch. This is not a data-based path. At least it hasn't been provided that way to me. I just don't see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to agree with Paul. When I looked at it, I saw the docket item. I couldn't believe we were going to talk about it again. I mean, we've had this conversation. I started to figure maybe it's just an exhaustion thing. Like maybe we're just trying to get to the point where people are just exhausted. Because I can't find the energy to go through what I said before. I got to say it again. I just said it, and I said it before, and I said it again. And I talked through, I tried to contact during the election because it was a big issue during the election. In fact, people were running on the campaign to oust the current council to replace it with people who would support this. It was known as a campaign, top campaign issues for people. The citizens voted, those people did not get voted in. You kind of have to read between the lines a little bit, that maybe they didn't want it, and that's why those people didn't get elected. Okay, so maybe we gave them a chance to make another decision, which we did. Okay, and there was a letter that was written to us. I'm not going to say any names because I didn't get permission to read it, but some of the points that were made that was one of them. Another one was that they were kind of shocked to see it again. Right in here, it says this motion is different than what the motion was before. I see it's almost exactly like the one that we heard a month ago. And here we are again. I got 2 other docket items I pushed out so we could hear this one. I mean, we talk about dockets, getting cluttered with stuff. We the last meeting talked about why are we back at the town council? Why are you not with the school committee, concerned citizens, the people who want to go get this information? Go meet with them. Why do you need to come to us to get permission to go get this information, to change Article 16? Why are we here getting it from the council? And before we have any of this, we want to okay a special election. And I hope you remember, you got in the way of a special election when it came to tax reform because we didn't give the people the ability to vote. And I got 1,500 signatures as well, and you got in their way. So don't be throwing stones. I can't believe, and they're basically going and saying, now I see an article saying Middletown residents need to voice it in this again. They have clearly spoken numerous times. What does it take to move on? How about focusing on vaccines for the elderly for coronavirus? How about replacing the sidewalks on Valley Road that have been there since the school was built? How about addressing rent and room controls? It goes on. They want us to work on other things and move on. I can't believe that we're actually talking about this again. I am for educating our children. One question I asked when we talked about this the last time, because we only had 4 counselors, Mrs. Von Villas, I asked you, are you willing to continue this until other council members are available to vote on it? What was your answer?
Okay, Councilor.
No, it's no. I'm not willing to wait. I'm not willing to hear other people's opinions. I want to vote now. And then I said, okay, is this committee also going to assist in looking at what the kids need today? I don't hear any conversations out of you in regards to what you want to do to help the kids today in regards to falling behind. Right now, we have no kids in school. So let's build a new one. To me, this needs to move on. Go get the work done, get Article 16 changed, and then come back to us, and then maybe we can consider this. But right now, as Terry said, we're not even sure what the schools are going to look like. It could be proposals that kids get distant learning in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, so we don't have as many kids in the high school. Maybe they come in for different types of classes. Maybe we talk about building a VOTech school in Middletown over on the West Main side. I mean, let's look at other options. Instead, you just keep coming back and beating us up.
Thank you, Councilor Toronto. Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded. All right. All in favor of Councilor Von Villas's motion, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion fails. Okay, let's move on. Item number 12, communication of Councilor Toronto, transparency, requiring the Middletown Technical Review Committee and Middletown Economic Development Committee Advisory Committee meetings to be recorded and placed on the website.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Was that a request to speak, Councilor? Was that? Okay. I don't know what that was. Okay. Councilor Toronto, you want to put this in form of a motion? Or do you want to have some hearty conversation about this? I mean, personally, I think it's a good idea to the video.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to record both these committees. I think the information that they're putting forward is very important. The Middletown Economic Development Council basically is talking about TIFs. They're talking about tax reform. They're talking about, just a lot of things that end up in front of us. Talk about planning, zoning, and there's a lot of good thoughts that go into it. And I think it's important that the people have the ability to see all the thoughts that's going by, through these issues, about these issues. And I think it's important from a transparency standpoint. And even the TRC, they review the applications that come in before they're actually provided, to the planning board. So there's a lot of, these two groups are very influential in the decision process and what's being proposed to the town council. So I just thought it would be good that we do record these. The other piece that's a little difficult is I know that MEDAC meets at 4:30. I think that's a tough time for anyone to really participate in that meeting. And I would also make a motion that they move that meeting to maybe a after work, 6 o'clock or something, where people in the public can participate in it and it can be recorded.
I'm going to give you a suggestion. Let's vote on your first motion. I really like allowing the committees, because I know they discuss it within the membership, what's good for them to meet and what times to meet. I really don't like interfering with the committees like that. However, I'll entertain your motion. I'm not going to support that one, but I think I'd like to have them separate. So if you want to make the motion for the first one, like you did,
okay,
I will second it.
Okay.
Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Now, you want to make another motion to ask the committee to change their times?
No, I'll just make it a recommendation. I don't need to make an emotion at this point, Bob.
Okay.
I agree with you. We should let the committees, when they're going to make the meeting, but I would hope they would hear that. And I was on the MEDAC and I really enjoyed that group. But honestly, I had a very hard time getting there because it was on 4:30 and I had a full-time job. So
Yeah, I was on it myself.
very, very difficult. And I think it's one that the public would want to participate in, and that's just not a good fit for it.
Okay. All right. Item number 13,
Thank you.
communication of Councilor Toronto, special relief for small businesses in Middletown.
Okay, motion to receive said communication.
Second.
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had brought this up a couple meetings back, Bob, and you made a recommendation to put it on the docket. So I appreciate that. I was just looking at small businesses. Really, through this COVID, have really taken a hard hit. You see it statewide. We see it every day. I was heartbroken when I saw the Newport Creamery was closed up in Newport. I was like, wow, this has really hit us hard. And we need to do something for our small businesses. So I'm looking for ideas. I actually, in my campaign, made a petition to actually start to wind back the actual mill rate on businesses to more reflect what the residents are paying. I know it was changed at one point by, I believe it was, I keep hearing Charlie Valancourt had changed it. And maybe someone else can speak on the reasons why. But I think it's just Middletown and Newport, from what I heard, are the only two communities in the state that actually have different mill rates. So we're supposed to be business friendly, and we're increasing taxes on the businesses. So one minute we say, we want to be really business friendly. And then the next minute we're saying, let's raise their taxes. So we've got to do one or the other, you know. So I'm believing that we need to create jobs and opportunities so people can afford to live here. And I think we lessen the barriers. I think that we, you know, these businesses that are suffering through this coronavirus, we need to do something for them. Whether it's defer their taxes, help reduce the mill rate so that reduces their taxes. I'd like to hear what other people's opinions may be.
All good suggestions, but you have to be very careful, okay, when we do this, because you're going to have to do a physical impact study on how that would affect across the board the town, because we still have our bills to pay.
Sure.
Vice President.
So, Dennis, good idea. I can understand why in this particular time, COVID times, you would want to you'd want to come up with that, but you know, the tax base, as you know, doesn't change. There's a bottom pool of money based on residential taxes that are generated and commercial taxes, right? So, you know, having said that, you know, relief is not free. So somebody has to pay for that. And the only way that could happen is if there's a shift the other way. That means residents one would have to go up, in my opinion. So I would certainly never, and that's why I was on the council when they went to the split tax rate in 2002. It was Bill Flynn council. And the reason we did that was because the businesses at the time, the rate wasn't what it is now, obviously. You're talking almost 20 years later, 18 years, 19 years later, or 17 years later. But, you know, that's compounded and grown like the residential rate. But the idea at the time was to, you know, take more of a burden off of the taxpayers. Don't forget, back then, those taxes were going up 3-4% a year on residents. So that's why they went to the split rate. The best of my recollection, the businesses could afford to pass that on to the consumer, and where the residents could not. So that was the idea behind that. I think it's a good idea coming up with. I know that, and Sean, if you're going to need to help me here. I know that in my own business, that if there's somebody has an issue paying, certainly they can work out a tax payment plan in difficult times. And I'm pretty sure, I know that's afforded to residents. Sean, I'm not sure if it's afforded, I guess it's similar would be afforded to businesses as well, I would think.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good idea, Dennis. It's just moving money one place to another, really.
Councilor Santos.
And certainly would never want to move it to the resident.
You done, Mr. Rodrick?
I'm trying to, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Toronto, I just have a question. It was brought up tonight that some people are running businesses from their home. Would they be included as special relief for this?
I can't talk about short-term rentals. I have to recuse myself.
No. They're running not that kind. They're running not short-term rentals, business, an actual business, like, I don't know what it would be, but they're running a business from home, not the rentals, but something else. Excuse me.
Well, I would have to learn a little more about that. I mean, if someone's running a business out of their residential location, I mean, that's a whole different scenario. I mean, they're considered residential. So I can't answer that question. Again, I'm looking for ideas. I was more targeting commercial people that are identified as businesses in the town of Middletown that, again, doors are closing, people need help to get forward, businesses are getting hit hard. I know the residents are getting hit as hard as well, but I want to wave the flag to see if to pay attention to the businesses. Maybe there's some relief coming. They keep talking about the relief. We have a new governor that's going to be taking place. He's very business friendly. He's going to give the municipalities a lot of power, is what he's saying, for us to make these types of decisions. And, I even talked with Sean a little bit. I'm not saying maybe maybe the mill rate's not the right idea. Maybe it's a tax break of some sort because it's temporary until they can get their feet back on the ground, because they're going to almost be impacted for over 2 years by the time this is done. And so we've got to help keep those businesses here, maybe incent people to come here to open up a business. These people who own commercial real estate need these businesses. And so I just think as a council, we should be focused on this, and it should be something we're talking about on a regular
Great suggestion. So what you're doing tonight is just looking for ideas down the road, correct?
Correct.
So we can move on. I'm watching the clock here. Council Flynn.
Thank you.
Muted.
You're
Terry.
muted again, Council Flynn.
I'm sorry. So Dennis, I was very intrigued by this. I thought it was a great idea given everybody's pressure of business on small business. And a couple things, I didn't know what you meant by small business. Is this, and what you were basing that on? Is it an employee count, a square footage count, an amount of sales? So I didn't know what you meant by small business. And so the idea is that, to help add to your pot of ideas is to maybe go around and talk to some of the small business to see what would help them. I also thought maybe you could reach out to the Lieutenant Governor, soon to be governor. He did host the small business forums every Tuesday through COVID, and he had every industry represented at some Tuesday or another. And maybe he has a contact list that you could reach out to and see what exactly would be helpful that the municipality could do. And again, I thought the same thing as Paul, where, I think that if anybody's having a lot of difficulty, I know our tax assessor, has more solutions than we do right now, probably. So those are my inputs.
Thank you.
They help.
Thank you.
Will do.
Okay, item number 14, Town Administrator. Memorandum of the Town Administrator, RE, comparison of current and proposed open space scoring policy.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
A motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. President, the town council had received a revised open space and recreation acquisition policy from the Open Space Committee a few meetings back. You asked me to go through the new policy, the revised policy, to see just what changes the Open Space Committee had made. And we did that, myself and the planner. The planner did the bulk of the work. And there's really 3 sort of main changes they made to the document. The first is they added a 10th scoring criteria, which basically is the giving points or evaluating the parcel's proximity to neighborhoods that have less access to open space or recreational areas. So basically a factor for underserved areas. They also went through the different criteria that we've used historically, and where in the past we sort of had minimal, low, medium, and high, they changed those so that they were more quantitative. So when someone uses the scoring or reviews the scoring, there's a better definition of what points are awarded for each criteria. And lastly, something that really helps the policy out is they added a number of references for documented sources that serve basically as a guide rail to make sure that we are actually evaluating things in a measured way, whereas again, in the past, it was a lot of latitude was given by the broad language. This was originally a policy that Senator DePalma had brought forward back in the 2003-2004 timeframe, and it has served us well. But I think the Open Space Committee really did a thorough job in reviewing the document and have made some very thoughtful recommendations. And with that, I know you're going to consider this, but from my perspective, I would consider adopting the new policy. I think it's something that will be useful to the staff and to the town council going forward.
Yeah, I looked at it. I totally support it. I think it's a good job. Simple, it's easy. Does what we needed to do. Councilor Flynn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Am I muted?
No.
Oh my gosh. Once. So I was the liaison to the Open Space and Fields Committee the last couple of years and really enjoyed that group and was impressed by their work ethic and the quality of what they were discussing. I have to shout out to Mason Hawes, I hope I have the names right, who was the past president, Nick Coogan, past vice president, current president, and Sarah Poirier, current vice president. And, and all the members of the committee who screened the versions of what you see here tonight. This was not an easy snap of the fingers go. This version of the scoring sheet, it's advanced, it's useful, and it's a resourced tool. They evidenced the criteria, as Mr. Brown pointed out, that allows whoever is using the scoring sheet to actually go to the links to get further explanation on how to best rank within the criteria. A tremendous and long-term effort that's finally come to fruition. It may be perfect, it may not be perfect, but Middletown certainly has a more refined tool that was created by this Open Space and Fields Committee and their staff liaison, Will Cronin. Having observed the process, my hat's off to all of them with gratitude for taking the project on. I just have to say, well done, really.
Great. Okay. Having said that, Mr. President, Vice President, want to make the motion?
Just have one question, Bob.
Okay.
When I was reading this, I came across on one of the pages, it says that, I'll actually read it real quick. It says, additionally, all negotiations of the Middletown Open Space and Fields Committee are non-binding, and the Middletown Open Space and Fields Committee have no ability to obligate the town in any manner. I didn't know that they would negotiate with a landowner. I didn't think that was the charge.
I read it as, what I got out of that is if it happened, they had no binding, it wasn't binding. If somebody represented that to a landowner, a person from the open space, it was non-binding.
Okay.
I think it was a catch-all.
Yeah, it just struck me as odd. You typically don't see that in a committee, you know?
Yeah,
That's
I
all.
just did a catch-all a lot.
Okay.
Councilor Flynn.
I just want to add on to that. If you look at the first page of the docket item, second page technically, their purpose is to review and recommend to the town council potential acquisition of real property for open space and recreation. And through that information searching, there may be some discussion that,
okay,
might look like negotiation, but this makes it clear it's not.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, a motion to approve the proposed open space scoring policy.
Second.
Second. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 15. Councilor Flynn had a good idea. You're muted, Councilor Flynn. I'm just going to give you a heads up on that. Councilor Flynn had a great idea. She suggested that those councilors that had a recommendation, that they would propose their recommendation to us tonight, and we would vote on it. Any recommendations that had a majority vote would be passed on to our solicitor tonight, who would do his due diligence. And then when we come back to our second meeting in the month, we could formally act on it. And I thought it was a good idea. I think it'll save us a lot of time. Council Von Villas.
Yes, I would just like to point out that seems to me that that recommendation is in regard to a lot of the paperwork that came after, but I do have a very specific motion on the agenda. And I was hoping that you could address that motion since it is presented as a motion.
Well, you're gonna have the opportunity to make that motion and we'll vote on it tonight. If we can move along here, we'll vote on it. I know Councilor Welch had a few recommendations. You did, Councilor Flynn, I believe did. But if we vote on them tonight, and the Councilor Flynn's thought process is that the ones that weren't supported by a majority vote of the council tonight wouldn't be passed on. We'll pass on the ones to our solicitor for review for our next meeting to be reviewed formally for adoption. Sound good?
Sounds good to the solicitor.
All right, so we'll start with, I see number A, Councilor Von Villas, you're the first one.
Yes, yes.
Oh, let me just read it. Number 15, rules of the council, suggested amendments to be reviewed by the town council and town solicitor, action to be taken on February 2021. Memorandum of Councilor Von Villas, boards and committees, memorandum of Councilor Flynn, rules of the council, communication of Councilor Welch, alterations to rules of the council.
Motion to receive said council rules.
Second.
We have motion second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's start with you, Councilor Von Villas.
Well, I'm going to read the memo because it pretty much covers the reasons.
Yes,
and
your motion, put it out there.
I'm sorry.
Your motion, any way you want to present it.
I make the following motion that the council add a question or two in the application specific to the particular board and return to the practice of the original rule, which provides the option but does not mandate public interviews. This is very specifically referencing the planning and the zoning boards, which in fact were originally covered by the language of this particular motion. But what happened was that there was an alteration that took place several years ago, so that there were interviews that were required, public interviews that were required for the candidates before the appointments were made. And what happened as a result of that was that each of the candidates, all of the candidates, because it had to be a public meeting, all of the candidates would be present for all of the interviews. So candidate number one would come forward and be addressed by the council. And then the council would have questions and candidate number one would answer the questions. And meanwhile, everybody sitting in the audience would know the questions and would know the council's response and would in fact be able to be influenced or learn from that particular engagement. And they could possibly tailor their answers. So the idea is that, yes, if there need to be specific questions, ask them on the applications, keep the applications private as they were originally, and then make the appointments as we have always done before.
Okay. That's your motion.
Second.
Okay, any further conversation? Councilor Flynn.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for the solicitor, and they may have been answered in the past. I'd like to get them on the table for this particular item. For the interviews, why are we required to ask every candidate the same exact questions? Because some candidates might put in their application issues or information that would trigger a separate or different question.
You're not required to ask everyone the same question. I think the idea was to try to establish a somewhat level playing field. And there was a set list of questions as a result that was asked of each candidate.
Okay.
So.
All right. And the other, so I guess I would say that I don't think I have a problem with adding questions or giving the candidates all the questions, to let them speak on the questions. But I do think that the interviews should continue and be mandatory. I think that these are appointments that are crucially important to this town. And I think people want to see and deserve to see who's applying, and they deserve to hear how the applicants respond to the questions. These are not boards to take lightly. And I think that the public has an interest in and wants to know who is making these big decisions for Middletown.
I interpreted Councilor Von Villas's addition to be an addition, not to change the interview process. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Von Villas, just to put the questions on the applications. So once we receive the applications that were made out, we have some idea of their thought process.
Correct.
Well, she's also saying to not mandate the public interviews. And now that the town solicitor has confirmed that we aren't required to ask everybody the same questions, we could ask other questions that are not the same to the subsequent applicants, so that they would not have the opportunity, as Councilor Von Villas says, to change their answer or taint their answer.
And just to clarify, it's always at the discretion of the council. You don't have to. I'm not saying that it's good practice to ask everyone different questions. I think that is, I think typically in human resources management, the same base questions are typically asked, but once again, it's at the discretion of the council.
Do we have the option, Mr. Regan, to have the interviews public but separately? So interview one at a time, so the public can see it, it's recorded, but the other applicants.
No. No, it's open meetings law.
Well, you have the option of doing it in executive session, but then there's lack of transparency there, and the applicants can request that they be in open session. So.
Okay, all right.
Councilor Santos.
Anyone correct me if I'm wrong. The council does not ask the questions. It's always the human resources, and it's always the same questions addressed to each person. Am I right or wrong on that?
You're right. And in most cases, the proper format for interviews like that are that the applicants for the same position get asked the same general questions. If something deviates off of one of those, that's different. But in the human resource world, which you have to be especially careful with, you should ask the general same questions for people who are applying for the same position.
Thank you.
Councilor Von Villas, yeah, I saw your hand up.
I was just going to add that one of the things that happens when you ask the questions is that the people in the audience are watching, they're listening to the answer that's given. They are watching the response of the counselors, and very often a counselor will ask a second question, a follow-up question.
Right.
So in fact, the person who is the first in line is hearing the question first for the first time, whereas if there are three candidates, let's say, candidate number 3 has already had more time to think about it, more time to take a look at what the answer, to listen to the answer that the first 2 candidates gave, and also to the response of the counselors who are sitting on the dais. So it seems to me that candidate number 3 is advantaged over candidate number 1 because he or she has had the opportunity to see what the response has been.
Okay. Any further comments? Oh, we have a motion that's been seconded. Now let me just clarify the motion. Councilor Von Villas, your motion is to everything stay status quo with the exception of adding a couple of questions to the original application.
Exactly.
Okay, do I have a second?
Already seconded it.
Already seconded. Counselor Toronto?
Just to be clear, so that means we will continue the interview process. It's not
Yes.
optional, it's mandatory.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Santos?
And who will ask the questions? Thank you, Mr. President. Who will ask the questions?
If our HR lady is available, we'll utilize her like we always have in the past.
Thank you.
Counselor Flynn?
If I am reading the motion correctly, it might need to be adjusted because it does imply that the interviews would not be mandated if we
You
approve
just
this.
made another motion. We just clarified that.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
it
Okay.
has been
So the
altered.
process is going to stay the same with the exception of adding a couple of questions to the application,
Okay.
which we will receive ahead of time. Is that a fair statement, Councilor Von Villas?
No, that was not my motion.
Okay,
was
so
not
why
my-
don't you make it?
I'm going to read it again. That the council add a question or two to the application specific to the particular board and return to the practice of the original rule, which provides the option but does not mandate public interviews. That was the original rule. And it was changed, I don't know, about 5 years ago, okay? It was changed mandating public interviews. I'm not saying don't ever do it. I'm just saying we don't mandate it.
Okay. Now, is that your motion?
That's it.
Okay.
So,
Councilor Flynn.
Mr. President, could we split that into two motions? One to add questions to the application and one to not mandate interviews?
We could, but I have to vote on Councilor Von Villas's motion first.
I can withdraw my motion.
Okay, that's that easy. Okay, so let's do this. Allow me to make the motion. I will make a motion that we add questions to the applications that we will receive upon receipt of the applications from those applying. Do I have a
Second.
second? Any further
Second.
conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, I will make a motion that for certain boards, and I believe in this, I believe the zoning and I believe the planning board, we should be interviewing those people. And I think there ought to be a formal interview, especially for them, and then any other board interviews that the council may deem necessary. Vice President.
I'd like to discuss that because say you get one person that applied that, has been on the board and you get one application.
We don't have to accept it. We can reapply. We can ask for
What I'm
reapply.
saying, we do accept it, but do we have to interview that person again?
No,
I think that was the point of it.
Yeah.
Uh,
we don't-
If it's a zoning board or planning board member, then we should.
I believe we should too.
Right.
And I believe it's a big deal. We interview them.
And
If it's-
zoning
We might not want the person. And we-
is a 5-year term. A lot happens to people in 5 years.
I think those are important boards, I'll tell you.
Oh, I think we all recognize that.
So why wouldn't we want to even re-interview somebody that was on the board?
That's fine, that's fine. Put it to the vote.
That's what I'm trying to do. Trying to get a second out of you.
I second.
All right.
Second.
Any further conversation? All in favor? Aye.
Oops.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right. The next one we're going to talk about is, hopefully we can move along a little bit, is Councilor Flynn's request for changes for the rules of the council. Councilor Flynn, you have a motion?
Well, we have 2 minutes and I have proposals to discuss with the council on a number of rules.
Okay,
It may be prudent to move this into the special meeting.
Wednesday night.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Hang on a second.
No, we have Councilor Welch's suggestions.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Vice President.
So we're gonna have a meeting for these two things on Wednesday?
We didn't finish them tonight. And from what I'm feeling from Councilor Flynn, hers are gonna take some time. Is that a fair statement? Whatever means.
Well, Councilor Rodrick, I appreciate where you're going with this. And if you want to move them to the 16th, I don't have a problem with that. This isn't a time sensitive issue, or is it? That's up to the council.
He tried to, the logic was we were gonna vote on these to move to the solicitor so we could formally vote on them the 16th. Now, we don't have to, but this is how we get things done, by moving things along and accomplishing things.
So what
And
is it that
I'll do
council-
whatever you want. I just think it's ridiculous to come back for that little bit, whole meeting of another day, another night, just for that. Not that it's not important. It's just my opinion only.
Councilor Flynn, what do you think it would take in a fair half an hour?
Yes, it depends on the conversation. There's, 4 proposals for new ones and discussion on 3 others. So it depends on what the back and forth ends up being, but I think 30 minutes should cover it, because some of them are very quick, the multi-page working copy, those should be very simple, quick.
Okay, Councilor Welch, how long do you think yours will take? Your proposals, your presentation, your motions?
If you agree on all of them, it'll only take as long as it takes me to read them.
If we don't, same length of time, correct?
It shouldn't be long. I think it's pretty straightforward. Here we stay. I don't know if we can stay up to 10:30, but let's get it over with.
You gonna shovel the snow when you go home?
As soon as I shut this thing off, yes.
Okay. Is there anybody in favor of just continuing these to the 15th then, or the 16th?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, make the motion, Councilor Flynn.
I motion that we continue the remaining items for this agenda to the meeting on February 16th.
Do I have a second?
Second. That was a great motion.
Any conversation? Okay, hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Vice President?
Nothing has to be done over again. We'll use the same sheet, same information that we have in front of us now.
Councilor Santos, you're gonna get more docket items. Okay, no, listen, just pay attention. You're gonna get more docket items, but we're gonna start with Councilor Flynn's request for changes and Councilor Welch's request for changes. And then we're gonna go into the February 16th regular docket, okay?
And Mr. President, we are not meeting Wednesday, February 3. Is this correct?
That was your motion, was that?
Yes, that was.
That we're not meeting, okay? All right, so Councilor Von Villas.
Yes, I'm just asking, what do you anticipate as a docket in terms of the 15th?
It's hefty right now a little bit.
Okay,
We've
that's
been
my
putting stuff in
question.
the queue. But we're talking, I don't think this will take over a half an hour, these 2 items. They may not, but we have some wiggle room in that docket now. And since I know I'm gonna put this on the 16th docket, I'll make sure we have the wiggle room. These will be the only 2 things, Councilor Santos, that are gonna go on the 16th docket. The rest of our docket, we were able to get through tonight. So we finished everything else.
I wonder
Councilor
if it's possible for us to start our meeting at 6:30 and get this done.
That's not a problem. We can do that.
Do we have executive session on that day or presentation? Do we know?
Right now, we don't.
Good idea.
Mr. President, I anticipate an executive session item that night,
Okay.
Oh,
respectfully.
Is it a length? Do you have to?
You know, all this discussion here, we could have just listened to Councilor Flynn.
Exactly.
And been done with this. I mean, I can't believe the conversations we have. Council Von Villis, what did you want to say?
I was just going to ask if the administrator thought it was be a lengthy discussion, because when we have executive session, we generally have it like at 6 o'clock. So I'm just wondering if he anticipates a lengthy discussion or a.
I'll make sure we have the wiggle room. We'll continue this to the 16th. We'll start at 6 o'clock, executive session, and then we'll move forward. Councilor Santos,
One quick question.
there's no such thing with this council. Go ahead.
Will there be dockets that have to be picked up?
Yes. You're gonna have your docket for the 16th. There's only two minor items. Item number A and B under 15 that are gonna be moved to that docket. The rest of them are gonna, we finished the rest of this docket. So you will have a complete brand new docket with new items.
Okay.
Would you like me to bring it to you, Mrs. Santos?
No, I pick up balls in mine. Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Thank you.
Vice
Appreciate it.
Just want you to know we're in violation of rule number 35, meetings ending at 10:30.
I'm waiting for you to make a motion, Vice
I
President.
didn't want to be rude and interrupt my fellow colleagues, sir.
That'd be different. Go right ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
All right.
Okay.
Night,
Happy
everyone.
Valentine's Day, everyone.
Be safe in the